Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. The second year at UA was nearing its end, and most students felt a sense of satisfaction about it. However, there was one aspect that everyone found distasteful. Mineta, with his usual bravado, approached Momo during their free class, attempting to charm her. Despite the anger and restraint evident on her face, she allowed him to kiss her. It was a situation that puzzled everyone. They knew she disliked it, yet she remained passive. Whenever anyone tried to ask the girls about it, they dismissed the inquiries, insisting it was unimportant. Everyone sensed that something was amiss, but the details remained elusive, except for Izuku Midoriya, who was oblivious to the underlying tension. Izuku often wondered why Mineta had to act this way in class. Unknown to many, he had learned from a mutual friend, 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪, that Mineta possessed compromising information about the girls. This knowledge could tarnish their reputations at school or harm their families. Izuku had come to understand this after a failed confession to Okako about a year prior. He had finally gathered the courage to express his feelings, hoping to take their friendship to the next level. However, when he looked into Okako's eyes, he saw tears, not of joy, but of sorrow. Okako had to decline his heartfelt confession, and before she could explain, Mineta interrupted, flaunting his supposed relationship with her. He swaggered over, making a crude remark and claiming Okako as his girlfriend. Izuku was taken aback, feeling a mix of shock and heartache. He had been preparing to confess for weeks, only to have Mineta swoop in and claim victory. The pain of rejection weighed heavily on him, leaving him feeling hurt and frustrated. Back in the present, as the group continued their conversation, Bakugo leaned back in his seat and glanced at Izuku. He had some news to share. His sister's transfer to UA had finally been approved. This revelation surprised his classmates, who had no idea Bakugo had a sister. Bakugo was protective of her, unwilling to let anyone think they could take advantage of their relationship. His fierce loyalty impressed Tsuyu, who acknowledged his brotherly instincts. As they spoke, the bell rang for lunch, and the door slid open to reveal a striking woman who resembled Bakugo. She greeted him with playful banter, and their exchange was filled with teasing insults. Kiyoka, confused by the commotion, asked for an explanation without the foul language. Izuku stepped in to clarify that this was 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Bakugo's younger twin sister. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 approached Izuku, and Mineta, eager to impress, attempted to introduce himself. However, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 brushed him aside and sat on Izuku's lap, surprising everyone in the room. She leaned in, planting a kiss on him, which left Izuku blushing and speechless. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 explained that she had been busy with her own affairs and was simply acting on impulse. Mineta, unable to contain his outrage, shouted at Izuku, questioning his loyalty to Okako. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turned her attention to Mineta, expressing her disdain for his behavior and warning him to never call her anything but Bakugo. Her fierce demeanor left no doubt that she meant every word, and the tension in the room was palpable. In their middle school, one boy had attempted to slap her, and the aftermath left him in a notably troubled state. Both Bakugo and Izuku shivered at the thought, realizing that everyone now understood she was indeed Bakugo's sister. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned why Mineta would even consider Izuku, pointing out that for most of the first term, he struggled to use his quirk without injuring himself. Mineta tried to belittle Izuku in front of 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who defended him by expressing her fondness for Izuku, noting that she had held back her feelings because he needed to gain control over his quirk. Eventually, they began dating after Izuku couldn't connect with another girl. Okako felt a twinge of irritation when she heard 𝗧𝗵𝗲's words about her. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 then stood up, pulling Izuku along with her, announcing it was time for lunch and that she had prepared 2 meals just for the day. They left the room, leaving everyone else puzzled by the exchange. As they walked, Izuku noticed 𝗧𝗵𝗲's irritation and asked if she was upset. She expressed her frustration about the boy who had tried to flirt with her, calling him a relentless nuisance. Katsumi was determined to confront him that evening. Izuku cautioned her that this might not resolve anything, but Katsumi reminded him of Minetta's lack of respect, especially since he had flaunted his actions in front of Izuku. She was aware of the blackmail Mineta had used to manipulate the girls, knowing that they were too afraid to speak out against him. Izuku felt a surge of anger, understanding how Mineta had built his reputation by capturing compromising moments of the girls. He agreed to Katsumi's plan to turn the tables on Mineta. Later that afternoon, as school ended, everyone gathered in the common area. Katsumi lounged on the sofa, using Izuku as a cushion while watching TV. Mineta, filled with envy, plotted to provoke Izuku. He made a crude remark about Okako, intending to embarrass Izuku further. The atmosphere shifted when a knock sounded at the door, and Katsumi cheerfully answered it, greeting 𝗎𝗧𝗎𝗓, who had come to visit. 𝗎𝗧𝗎𝗓 entered, excited to see Katsumi in her UA uniform. She playfully tackled Izuku, leaving everyone bewildered. Mineta erupted in frustration, accusing Izuku of being shameless for having multiple girls interested in him. Katsumi smirked at Mineta, revealing that Izuku had indeed been busy, mentioning the various girls he had formed connections with. Mineta protested, feeling it was unfair that Izuku had a HRM. Katsumi proposed a challenge. If Mineta could defeat Izuku in a contest, he would win Izuku's HRM. If he lost, Izuku would claim Mineta's. The stakes included everything related to the girls, and Katsumi's mischievous grin hinted at the nature of the competition. Mineta eagerly accepted without hesitation, but Izuku hesitated, suggesting they should consult the girls first. Katsumi rolled her eyes, knowing the girls would likely agree, but she understood Izuku's longing for reassurance. After confirming the girls were on board, Katsumi explained the rules of the contest. One girl from each side would attempt to outlast the other, using only their upper bodies and their quirks, while the boys would remain passive. The challenge was set, and the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. This was intended to ensure fairness, preventing anyone from holding a girl back or gaining an advantage to finish more quickly. The first to lose would have to watch as their partner was taken by the other before the remaining terms of the deal were fulfilled. It was a straightforward arrangement. Katsumi made it clear that she had no interest in anyone who didn't meet her standards. She stated that her partner would be 𝗎𝗧𝗎𝗓, who had never been with anyone before, making her technically a virgin. The thought of winning and enjoying one of Izuku's girls excited Mineta, who eagerly accepted the challenge. As the group made their way to Momo's room, they were grateful for her permission to use it for the match. Once inside, the girls who weren't participating gathered to the side while Mineta and Izuku prepared themselves. The atmosphere shifted as the girls noticed the stark difference in their sizes. Izuku's impressive form drew attention, while Mineta's was less remarkable. Katsumi instructed them to proceed, and the girls took their positions. 𝗎𝗧𝗎𝗓 began using her quirk to assist Mineta, who was overwhelmed by the sensation. Meanwhile, Okako attempted to engage with Izuku, tasting something sweet as she tried to take him deeper. Despite the challenge, she was determined to impress him. Mineta was clearly enjoying himself, but his excitement was interrupted when he realized he was losing. Katsumi, observing the situation, thought it was time for Mineta to accept defeat gracefully. Izuku, maintaining his calm demeanor, offered Mineta a chance to try again, but it was clear the odds were stacked against him. As the competition continued, the tension in the room heightened. Okako was focused on her task, while Mineta struggled to keep up. Katsumi, sensing Mineta's frustration, decided to intervene, binding him to prevent any further complaints. As the minutes passed, Izuku and Okako's connection deepened. He encouraged her to relax and enjoy the moment, and she responded with a smile, feeling more comfortable. The atmosphere shifted as they both embraced the experience, with Okako expressing her longing to be called by her first name, signaling a new level of intimacy in their interaction. Katsumi looked at Izuku with a smirk, thinking about how he had claimed Okako as his own. She felt a mix of satisfaction and disbelief at the situation. Izuku prepared to make his move, focusing on Okako, who seemed to be in a blissful state. He moved forward, and Okako gasped, her expression shifting to one of exhilaration. Izuku noticed a hint of discomfort on her face, questioning Mineta's ability to have treated her well in the past. As he continued, Okuko's eyes fluttered with pleasure, her body responding to Izuku's every movement. The atmosphere in the room shifted, with the other girls watching, their cheeks slightly flushed as they observed the scene unfold. Okuko struggled to articulate her feelings, urging Izuku to keep going, lost in the sensations he was creating. Izuku, aware of the competitive nature between him and Mineta, teased Okuko about who she preferred. She shot a glare at Mineta, expressing her disdain for his past actions. She made it clear that if it weren't for a certain video, she would never have let him near her. Katsumi burst into laughter at the exchange, and Izuku glanced at her, amused. Okuko, feeling emboldened, shared her past experiences, revealing her desires and intentions. She expressed her wish for Izuku to be the one to take her first, wanting to create a special bond with him. Izuku, feeling a surge of determination, promised to make her his, vowing to cherish her and ensure she felt fulfilled. As they continued, the intensity of their connection grew, and Izuku felt himself nearing his limit. He warned Okuko, wanting her to be prepared for what was to come. She eagerly encouraged him, expressing her longing for a deeper connection. Afterward, as they both caught their breath, Izuku noticed the aftermath of their passionate encounter. He looked down at Okuko, who was still processing the experience, a satisfied smile on her face. She playfully remarked about feeling full, and Izuku chuckled, acknowledging the moment. 𝗫𝗫𝗫, watching from the sidelines, expressed her interest in joining in, revealing her own playful side. Izuku, feeling adventurous, embraced the moment, sharing in the excitement with her. Hours later, after a series of playful exchanges, Izuku finally dressed, feeling accomplished. He turned to the girls, curious about their thoughts on the day's events. Okuko, still glowing from the experience, expressed her longing for more, while 𝗫𝗫𝗫 playfully adjusted her outfit. Momo, intrigued, raised a question about Izuku's unique abilities, prompting Katsumi to explain his quirk. She shared how it allowed him to have a distinct advantage, leading to a discussion about the implications of such a power. Katsumi reminisced about the early days of discovering Izuku's quirk, recalling a moment that had left a lasting impression on all of them. She reassured him that he was not a freak, emphasizing the importance of acceptance and understanding among friends. That aside, there was still the matter of the deal that needed to be finalized. Everyone turned their attention to Mineta, who appeared on the verge of tears. He pleaded desperately, expressing that he had nothing but his 𝗬𝗵𝗲 and begged not to have it taken away. He even offered to let them have Okuko if they would show him mercy. His frantic outburst was abruptly interrupted when Kiyoka delivered a swift kick to his groin, exclaiming her satisfaction at finally getting the chance to do so. The girls in the room shared a sense of vindictive pleasure at the sight. Izuku then pointed out that Mineta's actions had made it clear whether the girls wanted to stay with him. He confronted Mineta directly, questioning whether he would have shown the same kindness if their roles were reversed. Mineta attempted to nod in agreement, but his response was insincere. He insisted that he was not heartless and tried to be considerate of those around him. Izuku challenged him, recalling how Mineta had pursued Okuko even when he knew Izuku was trying to confess his feelings. He had been aware for a month of Izuku's affection for her and had flaunted his relationship, even boasting about it in a way that was humiliating for Izuku. He revealed that for an entire year he had prepared for this moment, not just to defeat Mineta, but to make him experience the same shame and humiliation that Izuku had felt. He wanted Mineta to suffer and be emotionally destroyed, unable to recover from the pain he had caused. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Izuku's confession. Katsumi then asked Mineta for his key, but he refused. It was only when Momo stepped in and took it from him that the girls exited to the boys' side, engaging in light conversation that could be heard by the guys downstairs. Meanwhile, Izuku, Katsumi, 𝗫𝗫𝗫, Mineta, and Okuko remained in the room, with Okuko still silent on the bed. The girls returned with bags and a flash drive. Mina smiled as she handed over the bags filled with costumes and various items, explaining that they were now officially theirs. Izuku looked at the flash drive with curiosity, and Kiyoka informed him that it contained videos of everyone. He asked who among them didn't want it to be seen, and most raised their hands. Izuku activated one for all and crushed the flash drive, declaring it destroyed. He reassured them that if they ever wanted to discuss it, it would be their choice, but he would not handle their secrets. Momo then glared down at Mineta, ordering him to leave. He hurried out, while Okako turned to lay on her stomach, expressing satisfaction at the scene they had just witnessed. Izuku rummaged through the bags and was surprised by some of the extravagant outfits, questioning how Mineta had acquired such expensive items. Momo revealed that he had used her family's money, prompting Izuku to return everything to her. He acknowledged that they were now unusable due to the circumstances. Katsumi remarked that Izuku now had 6 more girls in his life, and he should accept it. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and acceptance as he processed the situation. The next day, Izuku woke up with a smile, glancing at his phone to find a message from Itsuka. She congratulated him on his victory over Mineta. He replied, mentioning that he had spent the night with Okako. Itsuka then teased him about how Katsumi had described the situation, noting that Mineta was so small that Okako hardly felt anything from him. Izuku chuckled at the exchange until another message arrived, accompanied by a picture of Itsuka playfully lifting her shirt. She suggested bringing someone from Class A over for some fun and hinted at possibly involving a Class B girl as well. Izuku felt a rush of excitement at the prospect. He responded, asking if there was a specific girl she had in mind for a potential 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲. Itsuka suggested Momo, claiming it would be a great opportunity to show her how to enjoy the experience. Izuku agreed to consider it and prepared for his day. As he left his room, he encountered Mineta, who looked bewildered. Mineta mentioned having a strange dream about Izuku stealing his 𝗧𝗵𝗲 by being with Okako. Izuku took pleasure in revealing that it was not a dream and that he had indeed taken Okako from him. He planned to ensure that none of Mineta's former 𝗬𝗏 would ever be satisfied by him again, starting with Momo that very night. Mineta's reaction was one of despair, and Izuku relished the moment, walking away with a smirk. He reflected on how Mineta had played himself by not appreciating what he had before it was taken away. In the end, the choice was made to pursue this path, driven by desires that clouded judgment. The protagonist recognized that the situation could have easily turned against him, but he felt a sense of superiority over Mineta, who had acted without consideration for the feelings of others. This was a moment for him to demonstrate his worth, not just as a man, but as someone who could provide emotional and physical support to those around him. He decided to prepare breakfast for himself and his new friends, extending an invitation for Mineta to join them, though he sensed that the others would view him differently now. As he walked toward the stairwell, he took a deep breath to calm himself. Guilt washed over him for how events had unfolded, but he felt no remorse for Mineta. The choices made had consequences, and Mineta's actions, driven by blackmail, had crossed a line. This was a lesson in humility that the protagonist was willing to impart. Upon reaching the kitchen, he found Okako and Momo busy preparing food. They greeted him with warm smiles, inviting him to sit down while they finished. Momo assured him that they were accustomed to handling things on their own, but a thought crossed his mind. He asked Okako if she had managed to take any precautions after the previous night. She reassured him that she and the rest of their class were on 𝗬𝗏 control, thanks to Momo's foresight. As she gently held his chin, she added playfully that he didn't need to worry about any unexpected surprises just yet. An image of a future filled with joy and family crossed his mind, bringing a smile to his face until he felt a playful tug from behind. Mina had approached him, expressing her affection in a teasing manner, which made him think of Cammy. Mina confirmed that he was now their new boyfriend, and curiosity arose about how he had become so skilled in his interactions with women, especially given his previous experiences. As he settled at the table with Kiyoka, Tsuyu, and Toru, he began to share the story of his past rejection. A flashback revealed a time when he had been heartbroken, feeling lost after Okako had chosen someone else. Katsumi had come to his aid, offering her support and suggesting they work together to turn the tables on Mineta, who had been using blackmail against the girls. Katsumi's proposal was to help him reclaim Okako and the others, allowing them to escape Mineta's grasp. The protagonist expressed a longing not just to assist, but to ensure Mineta faced the consequences of his actions. He wanted to make Mineta feel the weight of his choices, to the point where he would regret them deeply. Katsumi agreed to help, revealing her own disdain for those who mistreated others. She had long admired him from afar, wanting to protect him from the cruelty he had faced growing up. Her feelings had evolved beyond friendship, but she struggled with the implications of their partnership. She warned him that her involvement might complicate their relationship, but she had a plan that would ultimately benefit them both. She believed that with his potential and her guidance, he could surpass Mineta in every way, turning the tables and proving his worth. The journey ahead would require growth and experience, and she was determined to help him navigate it. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 offered to help Izuku understand the intricacies of relationships with women. She explained that her intention was to guide him in gaining confidence and experience, which would also involve building a HRM of his own. Izuku expressed his doubts, feeling unsure about his abilities with girls. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reassured him that this experience would not only help him but also serve as a strategy to outsmart Mineta, who might try to interfere. She elaborated on the importance of understanding different women, each with their unique preferences and personalities. The goal was to ensure that when the time came, he would be able to attract and connect with multiple girls, making them eager for his attention. Izuku, though hesitant, recognized that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was looking out for him and agreed to her plan, albeit reluctantly. The following day, Mina pointed out that Izuku's personal frustrations had led him to not only want to prove himself better than Mineta but also to metaphorically bring him down a notch. Tsuyu added that 𝗧𝗵𝗲's suggestion to use her as a reference and to build his own HM was part of the strategy to help him learn how to win over various women. Izuku acknowledged this, recalling how 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had always been clever, even as a child. He shared a memory of how she had once tricked neighborhood kids into trading rare hero cards for something far less valuable. Despite his initial reservations, he felt grateful for 𝗧𝗵𝗲's guidance and expressed his commitment to being a good partner to the girls involved. As they discussed their plans, Bakugo entered the scene and noticed Mineta, who was curled up in a corner. He confronted Mineta, expressing his disdain for the way he treated women, particularly his sister. Bakugo made it clear that he would not tolerate any disrespect towards her and warned Mineta to stay away from his sister. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the halls with a spring in her step, feeling elated about her boyfriend's recent achievements. She was excited about the prospect of spending a passionate night with him and helping her friend Momo join their group. Yui Kodai, a quiet classmate, approached her and inquired about her cheerful demeanor, prompting Izuku to share her happiness. Yui, perceptive as ever, guessed that it had something to do with a conversation involving Bakugo and Toga. Izuku was taken aback by Yui's insight, realizing how well she could read the situation. In a flashback to the previous night, Setsuna expressed her excitement about Izuku's accomplishments, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and another friend reacted with a mix of shock and enthusiasm. They discussed their plans to help Izuku's girlfriends become more comfortable in their relationships, with Setsuna mentioning that she had reached out to Kami for additional support. The group was ready to embark on their next adventure, eager to explore the dynamics of their relationships and support one another in their journey. If someone was interested, they could send a message to Deku and hint at who they might want to include in a group. Arrangement. Setsuna suggested a few names, mentioning Tsuyu, Mina, Toru, and possibly Kiyoka, noting that her quirk could provide unique experiences. She smirked, a playful expression on her face. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, however, warned Setsuna about the consequences of drooling on her bed, asserting that if it happened, Setsuna would be responsible for cleaning the sheets. Setsuna retorted that it was pointless to clean them since they would likely get messy again. She emphasized that she always washed her sheets after attmpt encounters, insisting that they had experienced worse on their beds before. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 conceded that she had a valid point and encouraged Izuku to respond to Deku and enjoy herself. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 left, Setsuna followed, leaving Izuku to contemplate her options. Izuku wondered if 𝗧𝗵𝗲 still wanted to involve the rest of Class B in their plans. Shifting the conversation, Izuku asked Yui what was new. Yui shared that Mineta had lost his girlfriends, hinting at some blackmail involved, which left him without leverage against them. Izuku found the situation distasteful and felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Izuku's role in it. Yui explained that the lack of evidence meant the teachers couldn't take action unless someone came forward. Izuku reflected on how uncomfortable it would be for anyone to admit to such a situation. Yui also mentioned that the girls had moved on to someone else in Class A, questioning why they would want to engage in a similar situation after a negative experience. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 speculated that perhaps they found someone better who was already involved with others. Yui recalled an incident at the sports festival involving a couple in the restrooms, initially thinking it was Manetta but realizing he was elsewhere. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 froze, recalling her own close call with Izuku that day. Yui confirmed she hadn't reported it since she had no evidence and was not affected by it. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 felt relieved to have avoided trouble. Curious about the identity of the guy everyone was dating in Class A, Yui reasoned that they could eliminate obvious candidates, narrowing it down to those with stamina and the ability to handle multiple partners. She suggested a few names, concluding that 𝗎𝗪𝗔 was a strong possibility due to his unique quirk. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 paused, questioning Yui's reasoning. Yui explained that 𝗎𝗪𝗔's quirk could allow for creative solutions. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏, while skeptical, acknowledged the logic behind it. When asked for her opinion, 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 confidently stated that Midoriya was the one. Yui observed her closely, sensing that 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 might know more than she was letting on. As they entered the room, they found Monoma on the ground with Katsumi standing over him, asserting her dementia. Monoma quickly apologized, expressing his admiration for Midoriya, which Katsumi accepted before warning others against disrespecting her boyfriend. The girls settled into their seats, ready to continue their day. Later that evening, Izuku sat on his bed, and Momo entered wearing a bathrobe, surprised to find 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 there. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 had been supporting Izuku in a playful manner, and Momo learned about their connection. Izuku explained how their relationship had developed, leading to their first attmpt encounter in an open-air bath. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 encouraged Momo to join them, suggesting she reveal herself to Izuku. After some hesitation, Momo complied, unveiling her figure. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 complimented her confidence, creating a light-hearted atmosphere among them. "I'm sure Izuku is eager to impress you. Of course, you would make that comment, my little addict." Izuku pulled 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏's hips down, feeling a rush of excitement as he connected with her. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 let out a sound of pleasure, her face reflecting bliss. Momo observed closely, noting how it seemed like Izuku was pushing 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 to her limits, yet her expression was one of pure joy. It was amazing for Momo to witness this moment. She had seen Okako experience something similar, but never this close. Izuku had a certain intensity about him. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏, who Momo thought had no interest in dating, was now caught up in a passionate moment with their classmate. Izuku smiled at 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏, and as he leaned back on the bed, Momo wondered about the dynamics between them. Suddenly, Izuku's movements became more vigorous, and 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 expressed her longing not to reveal too much to Momo. Izuku, unable to contain himself, continued with fervor, and the sounds of their connection filled the room. Momo watched, captivated, as she imagined herself in 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏's place, lost in the moment. As the intensity grew, 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 encouraged Izuku to give in to his desires. She looked back at him, her face glowing with happiness, urging him to embrace the moment fully. Izuku responded with determination, and Momo noticed the change in 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 as the atmosphere shifted. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 then revealed that she had been playing a game, pretending to be at risk of 𝗵𝗃𝗏 to heighten the thrill of their encounters. Momo was intrigued by this revelation. Izuku suggested it was time for Momo to have her turn. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 prepared herself, ensuring everything was in place. Momo felt a mix of anticipation and excitement as she looked at Izuku, who offered her a chance to back out. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to proceed, eager to experience this new adventure. Following Izuku's guidance, Momo laid back, spreading her legs as he positioned himself. He reassured her to relax, and when she nodded, he moved forward. Momo felt an overwhelming sensation as he entered her, a feeling she had never experienced before. Izuku asked if she wanted him to go slow or rough, and after a brief moment of thought, Momo chose the latter, wanting to feel the intensity of the moment. In an instant, Izuku responded, and Momo was swept away by the sensations coursing through her. As they continued, Momo felt a surge of pleasure, her body responding eagerly to each movement. She found herself lost in the experience, wanting more. Momo instinctively reached for herself, exploring her own body as the excitement built. Izuku's actions became more playful, and Momo reacted with surprise, feeling a mix of sensations that thrilled her. She expressed her feelings, caught between pleasure and the unexpected nature of their encounter. Izuku continued, and Momo was swept up in the moment, feeling a sense of freedom and exhilaration. The connection between them deepened as they explored this new territory together. Momo struggled to maintain her composure as she gazed at Izuku, her eyes filled with emotion. It seemed impossible for her to consider anyone else. It had to be him. She recalled how Mineta had often made her feel uncomfortable, but with Izuku, it was different. There was a warmth that she couldn't quite understand. Izuku smiled, feeling a connection as Momo's body responded to him, tightening as if she were drawing him closer. Izuku felt a rush of energy as he focused intently on Momo. He increased his pace, determined to give everything he had. Momo responded with enthusiasm, her excitement evident as she let out sounds of joy. The intensity built between them, creating a palpable tension in the air. After a moment, Izuku paused to catch his breath, watching Momo with admiration. She seemed to glow with happiness, a smile spreading across her face as she reveled in the moment. Hours later, Izuku lay back, enjoying the playful attention of both Momo and Itsuka. They playfully engaged with him, their laughter filling the room as they shared a light-hearted moment together, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Izuku felt a sense of joy as he interacted with both Katsumi and Okako, patting their heads to express his happiness. He then asked Momo how she felt about her introduction into his circle. Momo smiled and affirmed that she enjoyed it. As morning arrived for the second-year students at UA, the sun shone brightly, and birds sang cheerfully. Izuku had spent the night with Katsumi and Okako, feeling the warmth of their companionship. He noticed the morning light streaming in and remarked on how lovely the day seemed. Katsumi playfully teased Izuku about his late-night activities, questioning how many times he had been busy throughout the night. She lifted herself slightly, and Izuku's playful nature continued as he engaged with both girls, creating a lively atmosphere. Okako leaned in closer to Katsumi, eager to share in the fun and excitement of their playful morning. Izuku encouraged them, enjoying the camaraderie and the light-hearted teasing that filled the room. The three of them shared a moment of laughter and connection, deepening their bond as friends. Izuku felt a sudden rush as Katsumi pulled away, regaining her balance. He looked up, confusion evident on his face as he noticed remnants of Okako's essence on him. Katsumi reminded him of the special item Okako had given her to ensure he treated her well. Izuku paused, understanding dawning on him as he connected the dots. She reached for what appeared to be black underwear. However, when she turned around, their expressions changed as they noticed her pale face, revealing an unexpected object prominently displayed at the center of the garments. She contemplated the idea of exploring new experiences if she intended to continue down this path. One of them hesitated, expressing discomfort with the situation, but the other insisted that they wouldn't proceed without their friend joining in. Katsumi smirked as Izuku sat up, gently placing Okako on his lap. She playfully suggested that Izuku lift Okako up. Izuku looked at Okako with a calm expression before complying, acknowledging that she was determined but would respect boundaries more than one might expect. Katsumi raised an eyebrow, questioning what exactly constituted overstepping boundaries. As she glanced at Izuku, Okako felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. She looked down and noticed Katsumi positioning Izuku in a way that made her feel uncertain. Katsumi teased about Okako's training, suggesting they explore new experiences together. With a mix of apprehension and curiosity, Okako slowly nodded in agreement, ready to embrace the moment. Katsumi encouraged Izuku to take action, urging him to proceed. Katsumi moved closer to Okako, her presence filling the room with an electric energy. She playfully teased Okako, her fingers exploring while her tongue danced around, creating a whirlwind of sensations. Izuku leaned in, resting his head on Okako's shoulder, showering her with gentle kisses. He could feel the rhythm of her movements against him, as if two soft clouds were playfully bouncing, leaving a warm trail that began to coat his thighs. The playful banter continued, and Okako found herself overwhelmed with joy from their affectionate gestures. As time passed, Izuku sensed a growing urgency within him. He turned to Okako, expressing his excitement and anticipation, urging her to prepare for what was to come. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he shared a moment with Okako, who expressed her joy and satisfaction. Her happiness was evident as she leaned back against him, her eyes sparkling with delight. She conveyed her longing for more of these thrilling experiences, but Izuku reminded her that they had a gathering planned with the other girls from Class A, leaving them little time for their private moments. Katsumi, ever playful, teased Okako about her enticing nature, hinting at her own fondness for the thrill of their encounters. Izuku excused himself to a nearby bathroom, ensuring everything was tidy before returning to join the others. As he stepped back into the room, he posed a question to Katsumi about their earlier antics. Katsumi explained that it was all in good fun, a way to turn the tables on Manetta, who had been quite the troublemaker in the past. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation, prompting Izuku to quickly put on some sweatpants before answering. Upon opening the door, he was met with an agitated Mineta, who was clearly upset about the situation. Mineta expressed his frustration about Izuku's relationships, accusing him of flaunting his connections with the girls in front of him. Katsumi, unfazed, pointed out Mineta's hypocrisy, reminding him of his own past behavior. The tension escalated, and Katsumi's fierce demeanor intimidated Mineta, causing him to flee in fear. After the commotion settled, Katsumi and Izuku exchanged thoughts on the bizarre encounter. Izuku reflected on how Katsumi's boldness often left him in a state of confusion, but he couldn't deny the excitement she brought into his life. A few hours later, as Izuku relaxed on the sofa, a knock at the door caught his attention. Mina cheerfully answered, welcoming a woman dressed in a stylish outfit. The woman introduced herself as Fuyumi Todoroki, Shoto's older sister and Izuku's girlfriend. Mina was surprised to learn about their relationship and invited Fuyumi inside. Fuyumi expressed her intention to celebrate Izuku's recent success, and the two women shared a light-hearted moment. Mina playfully suggested that Izuku might enjoy Fuyumi's company, and Fuyumi wasted no time in embracing Izuku, showering him with affection. She inquired about his recent achievement, and Izuku shared the details of the challenge he had faced, which had ultimately strengthened his bond with Okako and brought new friends into their circle. Fuyumi's playful nature emerged as she hinted at her interest in Mina, much to the latter's surprise. Katsumi joined the conversation, teasing Fuyumi about her overnight preparations, and the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie and excitement. As Shoto made his entrance, he greeted his sister warmly, confirming that he was aware of her relationship with Izuku, much to Mina's astonishment. The evening promised to be filled with laughter and friendship as they all settled in together. After the internships, the protagonist's sister began searching for a boyfriend and eventually started dating Midoriya. The protagonist didn't mind this too much, knowing how kind Midoriya was, but still felt protective and made sure he understood the importance of treating her well. Ultimately, it was her life to choose who to date, and the protagonist had no reason to interfere. As they walked away, Mina appeared puzzled and asked how the two had met. The protagonist explained that they connected through a dating app, where Kat had encouraged him to explore relationships with older women. He had been unaware that Fuyumi was Todoroki's sister but was relieved that Todoroki was okay with it. The protagonist noted that Shoto had always been straightforward, believing that if something wasn't a significant issue, there was no need to complicate it. Fuyumi snuggled closer to Izuku with a smile and playfully inquired if they could have some fun later that night. When asked if anyone specific came to mind for their plans, Fuyumi pointed at Mina and expressed her longing to have her as a pet. The group stared at her in surprise, even Todoroki looking taken aback. Fuyumi's playful enthusiasm took a turn as she described wanting to see Mina in a compromising position, which made everyone uneasy. Todoroki admitted he hadn't realized his sister had such a bold side, while Izuku awkwardly acknowledged that he was aware of Fuyumi's playful nature. The group shared a moment of concern over what they had just witnessed, thinking to themselves that things were getting a bit out of hand. Later, Izuku relaxed in the bath, letting the hot water soothe his sore muscles after an intense workout. He was enjoying the moment when Todoroki entered, greeting him and commenting on how nice it was to see him unwinding. They discussed Izuku's training and the quirks they were developing, with Todoroki mentioning that he had heard about a quirk Izuku had kept hidden. Izuku felt a bit uncomfortable but reassured Todoroki that he had no issue with him dating his sister. He expressed his relief that their friendship remained intact despite the situation. Todoroki appreciated this perspective, emphasizing that they were all adults capable of making their own choices in relationships, as long as they treated each other well. As they continued their conversation, Todoroki asked how Izuku had met his sister. Izuku explained that he had joined a dating site at Kat's suggestion, intending to gain confidence in dating older women. He acknowledged that while he hadn't planned on forming a serious relationship, it had developed naturally. Todoroki seemed intrigued by this and asked about the nature of their relationship. Izuku felt a bit uncomfortable with the question but reassured Todoroki that he genuinely enjoyed Fuyumi's company and wished for the best for her. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzed, interrupting their conversation. He realized he had forgotten to silence it and quickly got up to check the message. It was from Fuyumi, urging him to come to his room immediately for some fun. The accompanying image made Izuku blush, realizing he was in a public space. He tried to downplay it when Todoroki inquired about the message, explaining that Fuyumi was having a good time with Mina. 10 minutes later, Izuku entered his room and noticed Fuyumi playfully bouncing on top of Mina, both of them looking flushed. He felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment at the unexpected scene unfolding before him. Mina was startled by a sudden shout, which made her look over at Izuku, her eyes widening in surprise. A deep blush spread across her cheeks as she froze, tears welling up in her eyes. Overwhelmed, she shouted for him not to look at her and hurriedly tried to hide in a corner. The abrupt movement nearly caused Fuyumi to stumble, and she turned to Izuku, apologizing for not noticing him. Izuku was puzzled and asked what he was missing, trying to understand the situation. Fuyumi explained that Mina had a unique condition, possessing both male and female reproductive organs. Concerned, Izuku approached Mina, who was clearly distressed. She expressed her frustration about being teased as a child for something she felt set her apart from other girls. Mina recounted how she had managed to keep it hidden for most of her first year until a careless moment in the changing room led to a video being taken by a classmate who threatened to share it online if she didn't comply with his demands. Mina buried her head in her arms, lamenting her situation and wishing she could have a normal college experience without the complications that came with her condition. Understanding her pain, Izuku wrapped his arms around her from behind, trying to comfort her. He reassured her that it wasn't as bad as she thought. Mina, however, was unconvinced and expressed her frustration. She felt that having her condition made it impossible for her to have a normal relationship. Fuyumi, trying to lighten the mood, pointed out the unique advantages of Mina's situation, suggesting that they could explore new experiences together. As the conversation continued, Izuku revealed that he still found Mina attractive, regardless of her insecurities. Fuyumi chimed in, teasingly suggesting they could share experiences that would be enjoyable for all of them. Mina felt a mix of emotions, caught between her insecurities and the unexpected support from her friends. The atmosphere shifted as they began to explore their feelings and desires, with Mina feeling a rush of excitement and satisfaction she had never experienced before. She felt liberated, as if she were finally able to embrace her identity and the connection she had with Izuku and Fuyumi. As the moments unfolded, Mina found herself overwhelmed with joy, realizing that she had found acceptance and love from those around her. Hours later, she awoke to the sound of soft voices, slowly remembering where she was. Turning her head, she saw Fuyumi and Izuku together, their expressions filled with happiness. Mina felt a warmth in her heart, knowing she had found a place where she truly belonged. Izuku wanted to ensure everyone was content. In a moment of connection, he noticed Fuyumi's body tremble as she felt a rush of warmth. Turning to Mina, he offered a reassuring smile, expressing concern for her well-being after she had fainted. Mina assured them she was fine, though she noticed their worried expressions. Izuku admitted he had panicked, thinking they might have pushed her too far during their first experience together. Fuyumi playfully teased him, recalling his frantic reaction. As Fuyumi placed her forehead against Mina's, both shared a warm smile, and Izuku moved in to embrace them. He expressed his hope that their unconventional relationship wouldn't be a cause for discomfort. He reassured Mina that if she preferred a more traditional relationship, he would completely understand and support her decision to step away if she wished. Mina stood on the bed, declaring that she was not someone who could easily fit into a conventional relationship. She challenged their assumptions about her, asserting her independence. Fuyumi, feeling playful, leaned in closer, clearly enjoying the moment. She expressed her interest in exploring new experiences, suggesting they could try something different together. Meanwhile, in another room, Mineta was distracted by the sounds coming from next door. Imagining himself in the midst of the action, he became frustrated when he remembered how his collection had been destroyed. He shouted in frustration, blaming Izuku for the situation. The narrative shifted to a flashback, revealing Izuku's anxiety as he faced a challenging situation just a week after a failed confession to Okako. He found himself in an unusual circumstance, contemplating the strange alliance with his childhood friend, who was determined to help him confront Mineta. He tried to reassure himself that his friend's intentions were light-hearted and not serious. As Mineta entered the room with Okako, he made inappropriate comments that made Izuku cringe. The discomfort in the air was palpable, especially for Okako, who tried to deflect his advances. When Ida intervened, demanding Mineta cease his disrespectful behavior, Okako took the opportunity to excuse herself, visibly upset. Izuku felt a surge of determination to protect her from Mineta's antics. Later that day, Izuku lay on his bed, contemplating the best course of action. He felt trapped, knowing that confronting Mineta could lead to unwanted consequences for the girls involved. Reflecting on his feelings, he rummaged through his drawer and found a piece of clothing that reminded him of Katsumi. He hesitated, trying to convince himself that his intentions were pure and not driven by anything inappropriate. Just then, his phone rang, startling him as he stumbled off the bed. It was Katsumi on the line, asking if his mother was home, causing him to blush at the unexpected call. Izuku found himself alone until later that evening. He wondered if they were still on for their plans. He recalled what Katsumi had said the day before and felt a wave of panic wash over him. He had thought she was joking. However, Katsumi assured him that she was serious and asked if he could handle knowing this while looking at the other girls in his class. Izuku realized she was right. He wasn't sure he could. Katsumi informed him she would arrive in 5 minutes, prompting Izuku to clean his room, wanting it to be presentable for her visit. He tidied up, putting away the clutter and ensuring everything looked neat. Just as he finished, the doorbell rang, and he hurried to answer it. Katsumi stood at the door, dressed casually in a sleeveless black shirt and white gym shorts. After a brief moment of silence, Katsumi encouraged him to invite her in. They moved to the couch, both feeling the weight of the moment. Katsumi suggested they do something to ease the tension, and after a moment of hesitation, she proposed they share a kiss. Izuku felt a rush of warmth at her suggestion, realizing they were both nervous yet excited. Gathering his courage, he leaned in and placed his hands on her shoulders, gently kissing her. Katsumi was surprised but leaned into the kiss, feeling a rush of emotions. As they continued, she wrapped her arms around his neck, and he instinctively moved his hands to her back. In the heat of the moment, they lost track of their surroundings, and Izuku found himself leaning back on the couch with Katsumi landing softly on his chest. Katsumi pulled away slightly, noticing Izuku's reaction and smirking playfully. She suggested they move to another room, and he nodded in agreement. They stood up and headed to his bedroom, where Katsumi closed and locked the door behind them. She leaned in for another kiss before guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed. Feeling a mix of nervousness and determination, Katsumi took a deep breath and began to explore their connection further. She was curious and wanted to understand more about what they were experiencing together. As they continued, the atmosphere grew more intense, and they both felt the excitement of the moment. Izuku was caught up in the sensations and emotions, feeling a rush of adrenaline. Katsumi was equally engaged, exploring this new territory with him, both of them aware that they were stepping into uncharted waters. They shared a moment of intimacy, filled with curiosity and a sense of discovery about each other. As they navigated this new experience, they both felt a mix of thrill and uncertainty, knowing they were crossing a line that would change their relationship forever. The evening unfolded with a blend of laughter, nervousness, and the thrill of being together, marking a significant moment in their journey as friends. Izuku looked up at Katsumi, taking in her graceful figure. He noticed her feminine features, which made him blush as he realized how appealing she appeared. He felt a rush of warmth as he tried to avert his gaze. Katsumi, noticing his reaction, felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She expressed her frustration, urging him not to stare at her as she tried to focus on their situation. Izuku apologized, explaining that he couldn't help but admire her. Katsumi, slightly flustered, challenged him to see just how strong she could be. With determination, she engaged with him, causing both of them to feel a surge of intensity. As they moved together, Katsumi's body tensed, and she needed a moment to adjust. Izuku checked on her, concerned about her well-being. Katsumi asked for a moment to gather herself, but Izuku found it difficult to control his movements, overwhelmed by the sensations they were sharing. He held onto her hips, trying to support her as they navigated this new experience together. Katsumi expressed her longing for a better position, wanting to enjoy the moment fully. Izuku complied, shifting them into a more comfortable arrangement. As they continued, the initial discomfort faded, replaced by a wave of pleasure that enveloped Katsumi. She wrapped her legs around Izuku, pulling him closer while sharing tender moments between them. As they progressed, Izuku felt a growing intensity within him, and he warned Katsumi that he needed to pull away. Realizing the urgency, she urged him not to finish inside her. Just in time, Izuku managed to withdraw, and the aftermath left them both breathless. Katsumi looked at him in disbelief, surprised by his stamina and the unexpected turn of events. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and awe, Izuku tried to explain himself as Katsumi gathered her clothes, shaking her head in disbelief at the situation they found themselves in. "Let's go." They were heading into the bathroom. Izuku was puzzled and asked why. The response was that it was to clean up and avoid questions about his appearance. Katsumi added that it would help him feel more relaxed. Izuku realized he would have to clean his blanket later if they didn't take care of things now, so he agreed. Inside the bathroom, Katsumi began explaining how to please a woman, sharing insights about different parts of the body that could enhance pleasure. They experimented with various positions, allowing Izuku to learn how different approaches could affect a woman's experience. At one point, they attempted something new, which surprised Katsumi and left her feeling overwhelmed afterward. They spent a considerable amount of time in the bath before finally finishing and deciding to grab a bite to eat. A few hours later, Katsumi announced that they would be meeting daily from then on. She explained that since Izuku's mother had taken a night job, she would say she was just hanging out and making dinner to avoid raising suspicion. Izuku felt apologetic, but Katsumi interrupted him, insisting that he needed to stop apologizing for everything. She pointed out that he had let people walk all over him for too long and needed to develop more confidence. She encouraged him to work on it. As she prepared to leave, Katsumi asked for the number of a girl with blue hair, wanting to hear what she knew about Izuku's girlfriend and another friend. When Izuku inquired why she needed that help, Katsumi explained that the girl had qualities that could complement her own. She emphasized that having someone else assist could be beneficial and urged Izuku to learn how to avoid putting her in uncomfortable situations. Izuku was left wondering how his life had taken such a turn. Back in the present, he woke up feeling a warm sensation on his groin. Turning to his side, he noticed Mina asleep with a noticeable belly. Recalling the events of the previous night, he pulled the covers up and saw Fuyumi nearby. She greeted him cheerfully and mentioned how long she had been there, revealing that it had been quite a while. Izuku was taken aback and asked if she had taken precautions, to which she playfully responded that she had. Izuku understood that Fuyumi was eager to start a family, but he felt overwhelmed by her request. He looked at her with a serious expression, indicating that they would need to discuss this matter at a more appropriate time. As the chapter concluded, the story hinted at upcoming flashbacks that would reveal how Izuku formed his HRM. The anticipation for what would unfold next was palpable, and the author expressed gratitude to the readers for their support. Meanwhile, a girl with purple hair stirred awake in her bed, glancing at her alarm clock. She realized it was morning and noted that she still had 2 hours before she needed to rise. Sitting up, she looked down and noticed that she had experienced an unexpected situation during the night. Frustrated, she sighed, acknowledging that she needed to get up early to manage the issue discreetly. She stood, feeling the discomfort of her predicament, and made her way to her dresser. There, she picked out a pair of purple striped shorts and underwear before heading to the common area. Upon reaching the first floor, she carefully scanned her surroundings, relieved to find no one else around. She thought to herself that she just needed to reach the bathroom quickly to shower and everything would be fine. Normally, she would use her own restroom, but plumbing issues had forced her to use the shared facilities on the first floor, which brought back some troubling memories. Arriving at the changing area, she began to remove her briefs and underwear, feeling a sense of safety in her solitude. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, reminding her of a past incident that had caused her great distress. She shook her head, trying to dispel the memories that haunted her. Kiyoka had always struggled with her feelings, and while it wasn't unbearable, mornings often proved challenging. She had confided in her mother about her struggles, seeking help from specialists, but nothing seemed to work. Eventually, she decided to keep her feelings to herself, believing she could manage on her own. However, this decision led to complications, and as she joined UA, her situation only became more difficult to handle. One morning, she found herself in a rush to enter the girls' bathroom, unaware that someone had seen her in a vulnerable moment. The encounter only added to her anxiety, complicating her already tumultuous feelings. Strain. This forced her into the difficult relationship she had with Mineta. Kiyoka thought to herself that at least she didn't have any discomfort today when she suddenly heard what sounded like a coming from one of the shower stalls. Curious, she took off her clothes and approached the stall, listening closely. It seemed to be Momo making those sounds. Momo's voice carried through the air as she expressed her longing for more, and Kiyoka's curiosity got the better of her. She knelt down to peek under the stall, where she spotted two sets of legs. One was undoubtedly Momo's. The other belonged to Izuku. Kiyoka's heart raced as she realized what was happening. Momo's voice was filled with excitement as she warned Izuku about being too loud, concerned that someone might walk in on them. Momo reassured him that the first-floor showers were rarely used anymore, a safety measure the school had implemented. Kiyoka's mind raced as she processed the scene before her. She moved to the stall next to them, carefully peeking under the gap to see more clearly. Momo was leaning back against the wall, and Izuku was close to her, their bodies moving together in the cascading water. The sounds of the shower masked the noises they made, creating an attmpt atmosphere. As Izuku leaned in to kiss Momo's neck, she wrapped her arms around him, a smile lighting up her face as she expressed her joy. In the midst of the joyful moment, Kiyoka suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation that caused her to gasp loudly, drawing the attention of both Izuku and Momo. They turned to find Kiyoka on the ground, gazing up at them with wide eyes. A tense silence enveloped the scene as Kiyoka attempted to discreetly slide away. Momo, with a serious expression, halted her movement, locking eyes with her. Kiyoka found herself on the floor, caught off guard by Momo's question about her presence there. She hesitated, trying to come up with an excuse, finally admitting that she was just leaving. Momo, however, was not convinced and instructed her to stand up. As Kiyoka complied, Momo pulled Izuku away, causing a small mess. Momo then inquired how long Kiyoka had been watching them. Realizing she had been discovered, Kiyoka stammered that it had only been a couple of seconds. Momo pressed further, teasing Kiyoka about her actions, which made Kiyoka stiffen with embarrassment. Momo expressed her disappointment, stating that she expected better from Kiyoka. However, she quickly added that she didn't despise Kiyoka's actions and asked if she was still having difficulties. Izuku, curious about the conversation, prompted them to continue. Kiyoka admitted that she had stopped taking her medication, making it clear that she didn't want any suggestions that could lead to complications. Momo explained that Kiyoka had been struggling with an overactive sex drive since puberty, sharing that Kiyoka had tried various remedies to manage it, but nothing had worked effectively. Ultimately, Kiyoka revealed that the best relief she found was through attmpt experiences, which led to her relationship with Momo becoming more private. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the implications of their words. He asked if they were together, to which Momo clarified that they were just friends with benefits. This revelation relieved Izuku, and Momo explained that their encounters typically happened late at night or early in the morning, until one day when Mineta had stumbled upon Kiyoka during a private moment in the bathroom. He had threatened to expose her if she didn't comply with his demands, which included allowing him to join them. Kiyoka felt guilt wash over her, but Momo reassured her that it wasn't her fault. They shared a comforting hug as Izuku watched, feeling a sense of camaraderie between them. Momo then suggested it was time to help Kiyoka with her issue. She knelt down, playfully teasing Kiyoka about her desires, prompting Kiyoka to admit she wanted some enjoyment. Momo encouraged Kiyoka to express herself clearly, leading to an amusing moment where Kyoka's frustration became evident. Izuku, unsure but willing to help, knelt before Kiyoka, ready to assist her. As he approached, Kiyoka felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Momo, maintaining a playful demeanor, guided the situation, ensuring that everyone was comfortable. Kiyoka's emotions were a whirlwind as she navigated her feelings and desires, while Izuku focused on making the experience enjoyable for her. As they engaged in this attmpt moment, Kiyoka felt a rush of sensations, her body responding to the warmth and closeness. Izuku, attentive to her reactions, made sure to check in with her, wanting to ensure that she felt good and safe. The atmosphere was charged with a mix of excitement and tenderness as they explored this new dynamic together. Kiyoka's blush deepened as she embraced the experience, her worries fading away in the warmth of the moment. Izuku's sincerity and Momo's playful encouragement created an environment where Kiyoka could finally let go and enjoy herself. She recognized his kindness, but she never anticipated his level of sincerity. Izuku decided it was time to increase the intensity of their interaction. With a sudden surge of energy, he engaged with Kiyoka, causing her body to respond in unexpected ways. Their movements became more vigorous, creating a rhythmic sound that filled the air. Momo observed from a distance, feeling a sense of happiness knowing her friend was finding relief from her troubles. As the moment intensified, Izuku felt a rush of energy. He was aware of the growing tension between them, and their breaths became heavier as they approached a peak. In a sudden shift, Kiyoka pulled away, and Izuku redirected his energy, resulting in a splash that caught her by surprise. Once the moment passed, Kiyoka took a moment to catch her breath, expressing her appreciation for the experience. Izuku, feeling relaxed, glanced at Momo, who seemed to be enjoying the scene. Momo expressed her enjoyment and turned to Kiyoka, curious about her feelings regarding the encounter. Kiyoka admitted it was a wild experience, especially considering it was Izuku. As they settled into a more comfortable conversation, Izuku inquired about Kiyoka's situation, wondering how often she faced such challenges. She explained that it varied, sometimes lasting a week, while other times, she struggled to go a day without relief. With a playful smirk, she teased Izuku about his willingness to help. Izuku, concerned for her well-being, suggested a practical approach to ensure her health. Kiyoka agreed, expressing her willingness to explore their connection further. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Mina, who seemed eager to join in on the fun. Izuku, unfazed, engaged with Mina, while Kiyoka and Momo watched with curiosity. Momo commented on the unusual dynamics of their relationships, to which Kiyoka agreed, finding it entertaining. Meanwhile, Manetta was discussing rumors about Izuku with Midnight, expressing disbelief about the claims of Izuku's abilities. Midnight decided to investigate the situation personally, wanting to clarify the truth behind the rumors. As Katsumi made her way to the Class A dorms, she chatted with a friend about her recent transfer to UA. They shared a laugh about the ongoing antics involving Izuku and the girls. Upon entering the dorm, Katsumi was met with a chaotic scene, where Mineta was in trouble with the other girls for his earlier comments about Izuku. Okako pointed out Minetta's accusations, leading to a heated exchange among the group. Kiyoka, frustrated, used her quirk to silence Mineta, while Todoroki entered, seeking tea. He greeted Katsumi, who was surprised by the unfolding drama. Mineta, still agitated, lamented his situation, blaming Izuku for his losses. Kami chimed in, revealing her interest in Izuku and the rumors circulating about him. Bakugo, observing the chaos, pointed out the need for a more serious approach to the situation, mentioning that the teachers had decided to involve Midnight to address the matter. As the group continued to discuss the implications of the rumors and their relationships, Izuku found himself in a challenging position, caught between the unfolding drama and the expectations of those around him. In front of him sat his teacher, 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄𝗧, known as Midnight, who was quietly observing him. He glanced around the room, taking in its unusual design. One side resembled a typical office, complete with a table, a laptop station, and standard flooring. The other side, however, featured a large bed that could easily accommodate 5 people, plush carpeting, and a mini fridge, all dominated by a dark reddish-pink hue. Feeling anxious about the meeting, he sank deeper into his seat before focusing back on his teacher. Midnight inquired if he understood the reason for his summons. Izuku hesitated, admitting he was unsure. He fidgeted nervously, avoiding direct eye contact. Although he would never confess it, the tight-fitting bodysuit she wore sparked his imagination. Her striking figure made it challenging to maintain a normal conversation. She revealed that there were rumors suggesting he had been withholding information. When she tossed a folder toward him, it contained his quirk factor test from childhood, detailing his abilities. He stammered, trying to explain that he had not wanted to be in a difficult position. Midnight acknowledged that discussing such a quirk during childhood could be uncomfortable, especially as one matures and begins to notice others differently. She mentioned that she had spoken with Nezu, who decided not to reprimand him for this matter. Izuku sighed in relief, grateful that he would not face punishment for that aspect. However, Midnight indicated there was another issue to discuss regarding a potential extension of his quirk. She explained that they had received information suggesting he might be influencing the girls in his class with his abilities, and that this influence had spread to other girls, even those outside the school. While they understood his longing to keep his quirk hidden, they could not ignore the possibility of illegal use. Midnight pressed him for an explanation, asking if it was true that he had multiple girls around him and was using them without their consent. Izuku was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He admitted that he had relationships with several girls, but insisted they were CNSNS. Midnight challenged him, mentioning rumors about someone in class using girls as tools and employing blackmail. Izuku quickly defended himself, clarifying that it was Mineta who was involved in such actions, not him. Midnight asked if he had proof to support his claim. Izuku felt uneasy, caught in a situation where it was his word against others. She pointed out that they were in a he said, she said scenario. While there was no evidence to suggest he had the power to manipulate others, she reminded him that quirks could evolve over time. Midnight expressed her hope that the rumors were false, acknowledging his reputation as a moral student who strives to do what is right, even if it leads to trouble. However, she warned him that if there was any truth to the allegations, they might have to take action, potentially suspending his provisional license and considering a transfer out of the hero course. Izuku felt a wave of panic wash over him. He had done nothing wrong, yet he feared the consequences of someone else's words. Just as he began to plead his case, a knock at the door interrupted them. Midnight called for the person to enter, and the door opened to reveal a woman with striking red and white hair and unique eyes, who greeted Midnight with a smile. She apologized for her tardiness, explaining that she had gotten lost. Upon noticing Izuku, her face lit up with excitement as she rushed over, nearly knocking him over and embracing him. She exclaimed that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and she had planned to surprise him at UA. Izuku was taken aback, recognizing her as Shoko. Midnight, surprised by their familiarity, asked if they knew each other. Shoko confirmed their relationship, playfully stating that they were compatible. Midnight was taken aback by the unexpected dynamic between them. Shoko explained that she was the twin of Shoto Todoroki, which intrigued Midnight. When asked about her name, Shoko shared a brief story about her upbringing, revealing that she had been raised by a family friend due to complications in her biological family. Midnight noticed Shoko's eye and inquired about it. Shoko casually explained that it was a BRTH defect that affected her vision, but she didn't let it bother her too much. Her carefree attitude surprised Midnight, especially considering Shoko's potential as a top student and future hero. However, she didn't present herself as an extreme overachiever. Midnight informed Midoriya that she had invited Tsushimi to help uncover the truth. Since the two were already in a relationship, she requested that they both answer a few questions. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 encouraged her to proceed. Midnight began inquiring about Izuku's quirk and any relevant details that could help resolve the situation safely for everyone involved. Shoko calmly shared her knowledge of Izuku's quirk and provided insights regarding Minetta's actions toward the girls. She also suggested that for more information, Midnight should consult Nagant, who had been directly informed by Tsuyu and Okako about the circumstances. Additionally, she mentioned that part of her motivation for becoming an R-rated hero was due to Izuku's assistance in her training, acknowledging that she owed him a lot and understood that he did not possess any extraordinary power with his quirk. Midnight expressed her curiosity about the experience Izuku had shared with 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 to guide her training. She indicated that she wanted to observe how they interacted to better understand their dynamics. Shoko agreed to help, revealing her intentions with confidence. As she prepared, Izuku hesitated, surprised by the situation unfolding in front of a teacher. Shoko reassured him, reminding him of their past experiences and emphasizing the educational purpose behind this exercise. As the atmosphere shifted, Izuku gradually accepted the reality of their situation and moved closer to the bed. He began to remove his clothing, while Shoko took the initiative to demonstrate her abilities. Midnight observed with a mix of intrigue and concern as Shoko showcased her quirk, which allowed her to manipulate her body in unique ways. The tension in the room heightened as Shoko expressed her excitement about the experience they were about to share. Midnight continued to watch, fascinated by the unfolding events. She noted the chemistry between Izuku and Shoko, feeling a sense of admiration for their connection. As the moments passed, the intensity of their actions increased, and Midnight found herself captivated by the display of emotion and physicality. She couldn't help but feel a sense of longing as she witnessed their interactions, realizing the depth of their bond. As time went on, the rhythm of their movements quickened, and the atmosphere became charged with energy. Midnight remained an observer, taking mental notes on their responses and reactions, all while grappling with her own feelings about the situation. The scene unfolded with a blend of excitement and complexity, leaving her to reflect on the nature of relationships and the journey of growth they were all experiencing together. Izuku found himself in a moment of intense longing, moving faster and faster with Shoko until he felt the peak of his excitement approaching. With one final push, he felt a rush of warmth, and Shoko shivered as she held him close, savoring the pleasure of the moment. Once he had calmed down, he gently withdrew, allowing Shoko to prop herself up on her elbows. She playfully remarked on their playful interactions, noting how they always kept things interesting. Shoko laughed lightly, her stomach returning to its normal state, though there was a slight bulge that remained. Midnight, observing the scene, inquired about the situation, prompting Shoko to smile and share that it was just a playful moment between them. She added that if she weren't on the pill, she might consider a different outcome. Shoko moved closer to Izuku, expressing her longing for more playful interactions, and Izuku found himself pushed back as Shoko used her quirk to enhance her appearance. Midnight commented on their natural talent for her line of work and playfully suggested they consider some freelance hero work. As Midnight left the room to discuss matters with Nezu, Izuku sat in the common area with Shoko happily on his lap. Bakugo, curious and a bit incredulous, asked Izuku about his recent experiences, to which Izuku simply confirmed the events without going into detail, valuing his privacy. Kami, sipping her tea, pointed out that she preferred not to be referred to in a derogatory manner, and the group continued to relax, with Kiyoka eventually asking about what happened after Midnight had taken Izuku for questioning. Shoko smirked as she explained how she had showcased her abilities, leading to Midnight offering Izuku lessons in becoming an R-rated hero. Manetta, frustrated, exclaimed about Izuku's luck with women, to which Shoko responded that their role was unique and not to be confused with something less respectable. Todoroki, confused, asked Shoko about a mark she had, and she explained that it was a birthmark, sharing a bit of her family history. The conversation shifted as Okako expressed curiosity about Izuku's past and how he had met Shoko and Kami. They reminisced about their first meeting at the beach, where they had all been looking for fun and ended up forming a bond. Reflecting on the past, Izuku remembered how he had been working towards his goals for months, with Katsumi visiting him regularly. One day, she invited him to the beach, where they enjoyed the sun and each other's company. As they walked along the shore, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 playfully teased him about his admiration for her appearance, and they continued to enjoy their day, looking for a spot to settle down amidst the crowd. They set up a sun umbrella and laid out towels on the sand before Izuku decided to take a seat for a moment. He learned that someone was supposed to join them. The other person mentioned that she was from Shinketsu and was looking for someone for her sister, suggesting that Izuku could use some practice. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he checked a message in the class's private group chat. It mentioned how Mineta was trying to arrange a meeting between Toru and himself that night, and how he had an encounter with Kiyoka the previous evening. This news irritated Izuku, prompting him to dismiss it and focus on finding the girl. As they walked along the beach, a woman with fawn-colored hair and another with jewel-colored hair scanned the area, hoping to spot someone. One of them expressed concern about meeting a random guy, questioning if it would be easier to approach anyone else. The other insisted that the guys trying to hook up at the beach were likely not worth their time, claiming that this guy was much better. The first girl remained skeptical, prompting her friend to explain that he had managed to impress 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and was trying to outsmart someone who had gotten lucky through less honorable means. The friend playfully encouraged her to wear the swimsuit she had chosen, suggesting it was time for her to gain some experience as a future hero. The girl hesitated, wanting to be more selective about her first encounter, especially since she hadn't even met this guy yet. They continued walking until they spotted Izuku and another person sitting on towels. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 greeted them, expressing her frustration about their late arrival. Cammy laughed and turned to Izuku, complimenting him for making 𝗧𝗵𝗲 so smitten. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 jokingly remarked on Izuku's appearance, causing him to blush even more. Shoko introduced herself as Cammy's adopted sister, and Izuku, intrigued, asked if she was related to the Todoroki family. Shoko confirmed that she was Shoto's younger twin, revealing that he likely didn't know she existed. As the conversation continued, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 teased Izuku about his reputation, which made him blush again. Cammy and Shoko decided to set up their things next to him, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere as they talked. Izuku felt uncomfortable listening to the more mature discussions about relationships, especially as he noticed Shoko blushing and appearing uneasy. Trying to be considerate, Izuku stood up and asked Shoko if she wanted to join him for a snack. She nodded, and they walked away from their friends. As they left, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Cammy exchanged knowing glances and laughed, speculating on how quickly Shoko might become interested in Izuku. The two walked in silence toward the snack bar, both feeling the awkwardness of the moment. Eventually, Izuku broke the silence, apologizing for 𝗧𝗵𝗲's comments, acknowledging that she could be overwhelming. Shoko reassured him that she was used to similar conversations from Cammy, but she felt a strange warmth spreading through her body. Suddenly, Shoko noticed her swimsuit starting to feel tight. In a panic, she asked Izuku to help her find a place to hide. He quickly picked her up and carried her behind some rocks. Once they reached a secluded area, he set her down and looked around to ensure they were safe. Just then, a sound caught his attention, and he turned to see Shoko's appearance changing dramatically. Izuku was taken aback, realizing that her body was transforming due to her quirk. In shock, he turned away, apologizing profusely. Shoko, feeling embarrassed, explained that her quirk caused her body to expand when she became excited, and she struggled to control it. Izuku, understanding her distress, hugged her tightly, reassuring her that it was okay and that he knew what it felt like to struggle with one's abilities. If it means anything, Shoko felt a pang of regret for the situation unfolding before them. She considered what Izuku had said, contemplating how he might assist her. However, her thoughts quickly shifted to the intriguing conversation between Cammy and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, which distracted her from her initial intentions. Determined to take control, Shoko playfully pushed Izuku into the sand, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She expressed her longing for him to help her in a way that caught him off guard. Izuku, taken aback by her boldness, found himself momentarily speechless as Shoko's actions left him surprised and confused. Shoko revealed that she had heard about his plans from 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and her feelings toward men who believed they could easily win over any woman were complex. She was determined to assert herself in this moment, challenging the expectations placed upon her. Both individuals were surprised when they returned to reality and noticed Cammy leaning over some rocks, a smug expression on her face. She remarked that the two had gotten closer faster than she and Katsumi had anticipated. 𝗵𝗃 then playfully suggested the idea of a more adventurous encounter, hinting that it would be enjoyable for everyone involved. With that, the chapter came to a close, leaving readers eager for the next installment. Izuku looked at 𝗵𝗃 and Shoko, curiosity evident in his expression as he asked how long they had been there. 𝗵𝗃 smiled playfully, teasing him about a moment he wished to forget. Shoko, feeling bold, began to move her hips, drawing Izuku's attention. She expressed her longing for him, her voice filled with longing, as she urged him to take the next step. Izuku hesitated, concerned about the implications of their actions. He suggested they should be cautious, but 𝗵𝗃 reassured him, explaining that Shoko was prepared for this moment. Although surprised by the situation, Izuku felt a rush of emotions as Shoko pressed closer, her movements igniting a spark between them. As Shoko leaned into him, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. She encouraged him to embrace the moment, expressing her eagerness to experience something profound together. Izuku was torn, recalling a past experience that had left a lasting impact. Shoko's enthusiasm was infectious, and despite his reservations, he found himself drawn to her. He activated his quirk at a low level, wanting to ensure she was comfortable. However, as he did, he noticed an unusual sensation coursing through him, a warmth that felt different from before. Something about the connection they shared felt intense, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the brink of something significant. Shoko felt an overwhelming sensation as Izuku looked down, his eyes widening in surprise. His body had undergone a remarkable change, appearing significantly larger than before. 𝗵𝗃, observing from the sand, pointed out the unusual size of Izuku's physique, noting the impressive transformation. In a moment of panic, Izuku attempted to withdraw, but as he moved closer to the edge, Shoko let out a sigh of relief. However, the sweat on her skin caused Izuku to lose his grip, resulting in a sudden and unexpected connection once more. Shoko expressed her delight, her body responding in a way that conveyed her excitement. She playfully encouraged Izuku to continue, her enthusiasm evident as she used her quirk to enhance her appearance, creating an illusion of a more pronounced form. Izuku, concerned about the implications of their actions, hesitated, but Shoko's playful demeanor reassured him. Izuku focused intently as he and Shoko moved together, their bodies in sync. Each move brought a rush of exhilaration, causing Shoko to lose herself in the moment, her voice rising with each movement. To gain better control, Izuku leaned over Shoko's back, their connection deepening with every motion. The rhythm of their bodies created a soft sound, echoing in the air around them. Izuku felt a surge of urgency as he reminded Shoko that they needed to be cautious. He leaned in closer, kissing her to muffle any sounds, which made her gasp softly against his lips. In response, Shoko playfully engaged, her excitement evident as they shared this attmpt moment. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃, feeling inspired by the scene unfolding before her, decided to join in the playful atmosphere. She began to tease herself, wanting to feel the thrill of the moment as she imagined Izuku's presence. Her actions were filled with a sense of daring as she let her imagination run wild, picturing Izuku's attention on her. As the intensity of the moment grew, Izuku felt a powerful rush building within him, his movements becoming more urgent. The sounds of their connection filled the air, and Shoko's excitement grew, her voice rising as she surrendered to the sensations. In the climax of their shared experience, the energy between them reached its peak, leaving them both breathless and exhilarated. Izuku shouted in surprise as he felt an overwhelming sensation. It was as if he were a water hose, releasing a powerful surge that caused Shoko's stomach to swell significantly, making her appear as though she were expecting quadruplets. The pressure from the forceful release propelled Izuku away, landing him in the sand, while the remnants of his energy splattered onto Shoko's body, covering her in a thick layer. As he caught his breath, he noticed Shoko lying there, her expression dazed, as she struggled to regain her composure. She seemed to be in a state of bliss, overwhelmed by the experience, and her body appeared to be painted white. Izuku sighed in relief, grateful that everything had returned to normal. He then noticed Katsumi watching them with wide eyes, which sent him into a panic. He couldn't understand why so many people seemed to witness his private moments. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, however, reassured him that she had been with 𝗵𝗲 the entire time and had intended to remain hidden. She explained that he and Shoko had achieved a remarkable synchronization of their quirks, a phenomenon that was noted in their studies at school. It was a rare occurrence, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a mix of embarrassment and intrigue at the unexpected connection they had formed. The phenomenon of merging quirks is rare, with only 5 recorded incidents in history, making it a complex topic filled with uncertainties. Izuku thought it was irrelevant now and reminded himself to ensure 𝗵𝗲 had as much fun as her sister had experienced. 𝗵𝗲, filled with excitement, leaped onto Izuku, her enthusiasm evident as she embraced the moment. A rush of adrenaline coursed through her as she felt the intensity of their connection. Izuku, overwhelmed by the experience, couldn't help but express his astonishment at how Shoko had managed to handle such moments. 𝗵𝗲, with a mix of determination and exhilaration, adjusted her movements, feeling the thrill of their shared adventure. The contrast between her experience and Shoko's was striking, leaving Izuku in awe of both their strengths. Her excitement began to wane as she felt her body ache, yearning for Izuku. However, the ash blonde managed to maintain her composure, choosing instead to observe as Izuku engaged with her fawn-haired friend. 𝗵𝗲, breathless, admired the green-haired boy, expressing her thoughts on how much more fun they could have had if she had known about him sooner. Izuku, however, was oblivious to her words, focused solely on avoiding distractions while 𝗵𝗲's movements grew more animated. As time passed, both Izuku and 𝗵𝗲 seemed to lose themselves in the moment. She turned to face him, leaning in for a passionate kiss. Soon, Izuku felt a surge of intensity, signaling that he was nearing a climax. 𝗵𝗲 encouraged him, urging him to embrace the moment. With each movement, Izuku quickened his pace, resembling a flash of lightning, while 𝗵𝗲's voice grew louder in response. Eventually, they reached a peak together, and a wave of euphoria washed over them. In the aftermath, as they basked in the glow of their shared experience, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 leaped over the rocks, smirking at Izuku. She teased him about having 2 more girls in his circle, but her playful moment was interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat behind her. Shoko and 𝗵𝗲 regained their senses and turned to see a lifeguard, visibly frustrated and trying to contain his anger. He demanded that all 4 of them leave the beach immediately, warning that he would call the authorities if they didn't. The lifeguard's concern for the children nearby was clear, and the group quickly gathered their belongings, with the lifeguard allowing 𝗵𝗲 and Shoko a moment to rinse off in the ocean before they put their swimsuits back on. Once they were ready, the quartet were scurried to the beach entrance and told not to return. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her disappointment, noting that she had enjoyed the beach, while 𝗵𝗲 agreed, lamenting the lifeguard's strictness. Izuku pointed out that their behavior had been inappropriate, especially with children around, suggesting that blaming the lifeguard was unfair. As they stood there, Shoko wrapped her arm around Izuku, smiling brightly as she looked up at him. She declared her ambition to become the best R-rated hero ever. Izuku, surprised, asked if that meant she would have to engage with many men. Shoko clarified that being R-rated simply indicated that her content wouldn't be suitable for children, not that it involved attmpt relationships. In fact, she explained, many R-rated heroes created content to help those struggling with their desires. The others looked at her in confusion, unsure of what to make of her statement. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion as he reflected on his current situation. He couldn't help but wonder how his life had taken such a turn. Just a few days after the incident involving Shoko and 𝗵𝗲, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had received an apology letter for banning them. He learned that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had caught a lifeguard in a compromising position with a middle school girl. To prevent any police involvement, she had insisted on an apology and the lifting of their ban. While Izuku wouldn't say he appreciated his friend's more ruthless side, it certainly proved useful at times. Momo expressed her excitement when she learned about Shoko and Izuku's quirk synchronization, marveling at the fact that the last known pair had produced Ryukyu. She eagerly asked what it felt like when their quirks merged. Shoko and Izuku exchanged glances before the dual-haired girl responded, describing the sensation as if someone were trying to overstuff a toothpaste container. The group paused for a moment, unsure of how to react, before attempting to shift the conversation away from the topic. Izuku decided to rise and prepare some tea for himself and his friends, hoping to ease the tension in the air. As he moved about, he felt grateful that he wasn't facing expulsion like Mineta. As evening fell, most of Class A had drifted off to sleep. However, a distinct noise emanated from the girls' side on the top floor, hinting at the lively discussions still taking place among them. The sounds of distress echoed through the halls, but upon entering 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 room, the atmosphere shifted. Kiyoka lay on the bed, gripping the sheets tightly as Izuku positioned himself behind her. The rhythmic sound of their movements filled the space, and Kiyoka's expression showed a mix of concentration and pleasure. Izuku commented on the experience, expressing his admiration for Kiyoka's strength and asking if she was all right. Momo observed her friend with intrigue, noting how Izuku's presence seemed amplified by Kiyoka's petite frame. Nearby, Okako and Itsuka were engaged in their own playful interaction, sharing glances of curiosity and admiration as they watched the scene unfold. On a scale of 1 to 10, Shoko asked Izuku for a solid thumbs up. She remarked that he knew how to impress someone, giving it a perfect 10. The group chuckled at this comment, and Okako suddenly had a question for Izuku. She inquired about how he ended up with 𝗫𝗫𝗫, noting that he had shared stories about others but not much about his own relationship. She wondered if it was an accident like with Fuyumi or something planned like with Kami. She also asked why he only engaged in certain activities with 𝗫𝗫𝗫. Izuku took a moment to think of the best way to respond, recalling their experiences together. 𝗫𝗫𝗫, eager to help clarify, suggested that she could share their story. Almost a year ago, Izuku and Katsumi sat across from their senior, 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫, in a fast food booth. They had been informed about the situation involving Okako and Tsuyu to avoid any misunderstandings. Katsumi expressed her discomfort with the idea of ruining relationships but felt compelled to look the other way given the circumstances. She lamented the unfairness of the situation for her friends and the limitations of the law in such matters. 𝗫𝗫𝗫 explained that even someone like Ryukyu found the situation frustrating, noting that without solid evidence, it was difficult to take action. After a moment, she turned to Katsumi and asked why they wanted to meet up. Katsumi bluntly stated that they wanted to help the girls caught in Manetta's forced Harem, but it would require some underhanded tactics. She detailed their plans and mentioned that Shoko and Kami were already involved. She wanted to know if 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 would be willing to assist them. 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 considered the proposal. While she sympathized with Okako and Tsuyu, she recognized the potential meanness of their plan. The situation was exacerbated by Manetta's inappropriate behavior, which only fueled Katsumi's determination to take action. Katsumi pointed out that Manetta's arrogance would only lead to trouble. 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 took a moment to think and then laid out her conditions. She wanted their actions to remain confidential, as her friend Yuyu would be upset if she found out. Katsumi assured her that as long as they were discreet, everything would be fine. 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 also expressed a longing for a genuine relationship, emphasizing that while stress relief was nice, meaningful interaction was even better. Izuku agreed that this was a fair request. 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 then added that they couldn't involve her in anything too attmpt, as she wanted to preserve her own boundaries. Katsumi and Izuku understood her concerns and agreed to respect her wishes. As they discussed the nature of their relationship, Katsumi brought up the topic of different experiences. 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 laughed off the suggestion that they could explore new avenues, but she was open to trying something different. They set a date for Izuku and 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 to meet up, ensuring that it wouldn't feel like a mere fling. They wanted to build a connection beyond just physical encounters. A week later, 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 and Izuku met for their day together around noon. They aimed to enjoy each other's company and ease into the day, helping 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 feel comfortable. They decided to meet at an amusement park, where Izuku wore a casual outfit while 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 donned a vibrant red dress, excitedly mentioning that her friend had helped her choose it for the occasion. Izuku had not interacted much with 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫, but he could tell from what he had heard that they were good friends. They spent a fun day at the park, with 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 enthusiastically riding nearly every roller coaster, leaving Izuku's stomach in knots. Afterward, they enjoyed a few shows to help him recover from the excitement. As the sun began to set, they decided it was time to find a place to stay for the night. They located a nearby motel and checked into a room that was surprisingly decent. 𝗳𝗧𝗏, curious and adventurous, began rummaging through the drawers in search of interesting items. She pulled out a string of beads, which made Izuku feel uneasy about her handling them. She wondered aloud what they were for, noting that there was no way to connect them like a necklace or bracelet, and that one side was smaller than the other. Izuku explained that they were not meant for wearing but were instead used for a different purpose. 𝗳𝗧𝗏, intrigued, asked if Izuku could demonstrate how they worked. Izuku felt a rush of nervousness as she playfully lifted her dress, revealing her unusual underwear. She encouraged him to help her, and he reluctantly agreed. As 𝗳𝗧𝗏 laid back on the bed, Izuku noticed her confidence and the way she was presenting herself. He focused on finding something in the cabinet that could serve as a lubricant, and fortunately, he found a suitable option. He gently applied the lubricant, reassuring her that it was meant for this kind of play. As he began to explore the beads, he noticed her reactions and how she was adjusting to the sensations. With each bead he inserted, he could see her determination and excitement grow, even as she faced challenges with the larger ones. Izuku encouraged her, counting down as he prepared to remove the beads. When he finally pulled them out, he could see her surprise and the way her body responded to the change. He checked in with her, ensuring she was okay and ready for the next step. 𝗳𝗧𝗏, blushing and slightly breathless, expressed her eagerness for him to continue. With a mix of anticipation and care, Izuku positioned himself, ready to take their experience to the next level. He gradually moved closer, feeling the warmth of 𝗳𝗧𝗏 as he engaged with her. She expressed her delight as he continued to deepen their connection. Once he reached the point of full contact, he glanced down at 𝗳𝗧𝗏, who looked back at him with a dreamy and affectionate gaze. They shared a tender moment, and he took the lead in their movements. As he did, 𝗳𝗧𝗏 felt herself lifted by the waves of pleasure, her body responding to his every motion. The bed creaked under their rhythm as he continued to engage with her, each movement drawing them closer together. As time passed, 𝗳𝗧𝗏 instinctively used her quirk, causing them to float slightly above the bed. In a moment of surprise, he pulled back and exclaimed that she was making them float. She responded with carefree enthusiasm, urging him to continue. She wrapped her legs around him, her body radiating warmth as she playfully removed her dress, revealing her form. He leaned down to provide her with more pleasure, feeling an unexpected sensation that made him look down in astonishment. The realization struck him: she could manipulate her quirk within her own body. The surprise only heightened their shared experience, and his movements became more fervent. He warned her that he was nearing his limit, and she eagerly encouraged him to continue, expressing her longing to share the moment fully. Their connection intensified, and he felt a rush of warmth as they reached a peak together, collapsing onto the bed. He winced slightly as he landed, glancing at her to see her eyes partially hidden by her bangs. He apologized for any discomfort, but she playfully insisted he call her by her first name instead. She revealed a playful glint in her eyes, suggesting that they were both eager for more. As she moved her hips, it became clear that their story was far from over. In the present, 𝗳𝗧𝗏 casually recounted her experiences, sharing how she had become captivated by their connection. Katsumi noted the unusual calmness in her friend's tone, while Kiyoka's reactions echoed the intensity of the moment. Momo approached Kiyoka, checking on her well-being, and was met with a smile that indicated she was enjoying herself. Meanwhile, a certain frog girl listened intently, overwhelmed by the sounds of excitement above her. She found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, struggling to contain her own reactions. As summer settled in, Class A members sought to escape the heat, opting for minimal clothing and refreshing drinks. Izuku's choice to go shirtless drew attention, sparking envy among his peers. Mineta, unable to contain his frustration, voiced his displeasure, only to be swiftly silenced by Bakugo, who had just emerged from the pool. Amidst their banter, Kaminari noticed the absence of Tsuyu and questioned her whereabouts. 𝗧𝗏 echoed the concern, prompting Mina to recall a familiar pattern. She quickly grabbed Izuku, leading him away to the girl's side, leaving everyone puzzled about her intentions. Once inside her room, Mina closed the door, leaving the heat of the moment hanging in the air. Izuku found himself in a perplexing situation as Mina sighed and suggested that perhaps they should have kept the information about Minetta's misdeeds to help him understand better. She explained that Tsuyu had a quirk that made her frog-like. Izuku nodded, acknowledging this. Mina continued, elaborating on how animal-based quirks could vary in how deeply they affected their users, particularly regarding their instincts. She revealed that 𝗧𝗏 was experiencing a heightened state due to her quirk, which made it challenging for her to maintain control. 𝗧𝗏 had attempted to calm herself through various activities, but the situation had become overwhelming. Mina mentioned that 𝗧𝗏 had been trying to manage her urges, which had intensified unexpectedly. Izuku was taken aback by the implications of Mina's words. She explained that 𝗧𝗏 had been trying to take a cold bath to regain her composure when Manetta, unaware of her state, had stumbled upon her and recorded the incident. Mina indicated that 𝗧𝗏 had acted out of desperation, leading to a troubling encounter with Manetta. Izuku processed this information, realizing the gravity of the situation. Mina explained that Manetta had threatened to release the video unless 𝗧𝗏 complied with his demands, putting her position in the hero course at risk. This led 𝗧𝗏 to reluctantly follow Manetta's instructions, despite the lack of genuine help from him. Mina then presented Izuku with a choice. He could either help 𝗧𝗏 directly or allow her to take matters into her own hands. Izuku contemplated the options, considering that if 𝗧𝗏 was struggling, it might be best to assist her in regaining her composure quickly. He weighed the implications of his decision but ultimately wanted to support 𝗧𝗏. With a sense of determination, Izuku approached 𝗧𝗏's room and knocked on the door, introducing himself. After a brief pause, 𝗧𝗏 opened the door slightly, revealing her face. She seemed surprised to see him and inquired about his visit. Izuku expressed concern for her well-being, mentioning that Mina had suggested he check on her. 𝗧𝗏 asked if he was aware of her situation, and Izuku hesitated before admitting that he knew about her current struggles and Manetta's involvement. She quickly deduced his intentions, and before he could clarify, she tackled him onto the bed, revealing her vulnerable state. Izuku's eyes adjusted to the dim light, and he realized the extent of 𝗧𝗏's distress. She seemed lost in her own world, expressing a desperate need for connection. 𝗧𝗏's eyes were glazed with urgency, and she reached for him, indicating her longing for intimacy. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he processed the moment. 𝗧𝗏's fervent need was evident, and he recognized the importance of being there for her. He understood that this was a delicate situation, and he wanted to ensure that 𝗧𝗏 felt supported and cared for in her time of need. When Izuku finally completed his task, 𝗧𝗏 leaned back and rested her head on his shoulder, expressing her gratitude with a sigh. She appreciated the moment, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. However, Izuku had other plans in mind. He declared that their time together was far from over, surprising 𝗧𝗏. He intended to confront her about the challenges she had posed, determined to show her that he was not as easily overwhelmed as she might have thought. Izuku's intense gaze fixed on 𝗧𝗏, signaling that he was ready to take charge of the situation. A predator would watch its prey, causing a mix of fear and excitement to ripple through her. 𝗧𝗏 felt a sense of impending change, yet there was a strange comfort in it. A few hours later, after an intense encounter, 𝗧𝗏 slowly regained consciousness, staring up at her ceiling. She wondered if she had lost awareness for a moment. Izuku, positioned nearby, acknowledged her with a calm demeanor, hinting that she had experienced a bit of both confusion and clarity. Izuku looked down at their connected situation, feeling a mix of surprise and concern. He chuckled lightly, acknowledging 𝗧𝗏's predicament. 𝗧𝗏 hesitated, wondering if she should inform the authorities about the incident. Izuku, raising a finger, began to explain his reasoning. He emphasized that this was not 𝗧𝗏's fault, as animal quirks could be highly unpredictable. He knew her well enough to be certain she would never intentionally harm anyone. He raised a second finger to continue. He had anticipated the possibility of this situation occurring when he chose to help her. While it was to support her, he understood the risks involved. He acknowledged that he had accepted the potential danger, knowing full well what could happen. He reassured 𝗧𝗏 that he did not hold her responsible for the outcome, recognizing that she would never act this way if she had control over herself. Hearing these words brought 𝗧𝗏 a sense of relief and happiness. She recalled a past conversation with Manetta, who had made a troubling comment about her character. 𝗧𝗏 wrapped her arms around Izuku, resting her head against his chest. He comforted her with gentle pats on the head as they both relaxed, feeling the warmth of their shared moment. Izuku suggested they take a shower to clean off the sweat, and 𝗬 nodded in agreement, grateful for the idea. Meanwhile, outside the door, the girls from Class A exchanged glances, a mix of amusement and concern on their faces. Mina made a light-hearted comment about how 𝗬 had gotten involved, prompting laughter from the others, though some were uneasy about the phrasing. Okako pointed out the seriousness of the situation, questioning whether they should report 𝗬 for her actions. Kiyoka glanced at her, contemplating the implications. They noted that neither 𝗬 nor Izuku seemed troubled by what had happened, suggesting it might be best to let it go for their sake. Momo spoke up, suggesting they should try to overlook 𝗬's uncharacteristic behavior for the sake of both her and Izuku. The group agreed, deciding to walk away and give them space. They understood that 𝗬's quirk had caused her distress in the past, and they recognized that this incident did not reflect her true self. They hoped to support her in moving past this without further complications. As the chapter concluded, it was clear that the characters were grappling with their feelings about the incident, balancing concern for 𝗬 with the understanding of her struggles. The story would continue to explore the complexities of their relationships and the challenges they faced together. As Manetta walked down the street, he kicked a can, reflecting on how quickly his fortunes had changed. Less than a month ago, he had been the most popular guy in Class A, surrounded by a group of 6 girls who admired him. He had reveled in his status, boasting to his classmates about his romantic conquests. But now, everything had crumbled, thanks to Katsumi and Izuku. He felt betrayed, thinking about how Midoriya had played a part in his downfall. Frustrated, he kicked the can into an alley, his anger bubbling over as he recalled the success Izuku had achieved while he was left feeling ignored and humiliated. In a moment of rage, Mineta kicked the can with all his strength, only to miss and slip on a puddle, landing 𝗧𝗪𝗔 on his back. As he groaned in pain, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts, causing him to look up. There stood Himiko Toga, her messy hair buns framing a pale face. He was taken aback, stammering her name in disbelief. Toga seemed amused, raising an eyebrow as she admitted she didn't remember him. Mineta, desperate to jog her memory, reminded her of their past encounters, emphasizing his presence during her attacks on Class A. Toga, however, feigned ignorance, and Mineta felt a surge of panic as she expressed her intent to harm him. His desperation led him to mention Izuku's newfound popularity with girls, which piqued Toga's interest. She shifted from a playful demeanor to a scowl, clearly upset that Izuku was involved with others. Mineta seized the opportunity to suggest that they could work together, claiming that Toga was more appealing than the other girls in Izuku's life. He proposed that if Toga could win Izuku's heart, he would finally recognize her true value. Toga, intrigued but cautious, asked what Mineta wanted in return for his help. With a mischievous grin, he expressed his longing to have a chance with her before Izuku. Toga, unimpressed, remarked on the absurdity of his request, but Mineta insisted that he could help her get close to Izuku. After a brief negotiation, Toga knocked Mineta out, taking his form by drinking his BLD. Disgusted by the taste, she resolved to find a way to clean herself after the transformation. With a new plan in mind, she set off toward Izuku's dorm, unaware of the chaos she was about to unleash. Hours later, as the clock struck 1 in the morning, most of the students were asleep. Izuku, Fuyumi, and 𝗵𝗃 had just finished a late-night session together, feeling satisfied and drifting in and out of consciousness. They were unaware that a shadow had crept onto the balcony of Izuku's dorm room. Toga, disguised as Manetta, quietly fiddled with the lock and slipped inside, her eyes scanning the room filled with All Might merchandise. She was taken aback by the sight of Izuku under the covers with Fuyumi and Mai, their attire leaving little to the imagination. Enraged, Toga's mind raced with thoughts of revenge, but before she could act, Fuyumi stirred and caught sight of her. In a split second, Fuyumi reacted, kicking Toga in the jaw and sending her reeling. The tension in the room escalated as the confrontation began. Before she could regain her composure, Fuyumi twisted Toga's arm, pressed a knee into her back, knocked the knife away, and slammed the transformed woman's face against the ground, leaving her with only one eye to witness the unfolding chaos. Mai awoke almost instantly, startled to see Fuyumi on the ground with Mineta, who had transformed into Toga. She was bewildered by the presence of a league member in their midst. Fuyumi maintained her focus on Toga, who shouted in frustration, demanding to know how someone could transition from sleep to a defensive stance so effortlessly. Fuyumi explained that many unscrupulous individuals would target the families of top-ranked pro heroes, and it was an unspoken rule that they learn to defend themselves. She had been taking self-defense classes since she was 4 to avoid trouble. Mai expressed her surprise at the need for pro-hero families to defend themselves against such threats. Fuyumi smiled, downplaying her skills and attributing her success to Toga's momentary lapse in vigilance. Just then, Izuku woke up and took in the scene, apologizing for waking him. Toga, filled with indignation, exclaimed her frustration at Izuku for being in such a situation. Izuku, still trying to comprehend the situation, stood up, thinking it must be a dream. He knelt down toward Toga, who was held firmly on the ground, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Fuyumi observed the scene with a hint of amusement, noting Toga's predicament. As Toga struggled to process what was happening, she felt overwhelmed by the attention she was receiving. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and she couldn't help but wonder how things had escalated to this point. Izuku, sensing the gravity of the situation, decided it was time to take charge. He pulled away from Toga, allowing her to catch her breath, and moved closer to her lower half. With a determined expression, he announced that it was time for the main event. Toga, confused and breathless, questioned what he meant, only to be met with Izuku's assertive approach. He assured her that he intended to help her change her ways, moving forward with purpose. Toga felt a rush of sensations as she grappled with the overwhelming emotions and physical responses. Izuku's determination to guide her onto a better path resonated deeply within her. As the intensity of the moment heightened, Toga found herself lost in the experience, her mind clouded with joy and passion. She had come to realize that her previous intentions were fading, replaced by a singular longing to be with Izuku. With a newfound connection, Izuku leaned in closer, expressing admiration for Toga's smile. Her heart swelled with happiness as they shared a kiss, deepening their bond. Izuku made it clear that from that moment on, she would belong to him, and Toga eagerly accepted her new role, feeling a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. As they shared this attmpt moment, Toga felt a sense of hope for a new life alongside Izuku, ready to embrace whatever came next. However, this meant her body would need to accommodate 3 times the usual amount before reaching a normal level. Izuku's door swung open that morning to reveal Midnight and his girlfriends in a state of panic. They rushed in, exclaiming that they had discovered something concerning Himiko Toga. Suddenly, everyone froze as they noticed Toga riding on Izuku, who wore a bewildered expression. Katsumi pointed out the cowgirl hat Toga was wearing, prompting Izuku to piece together the situation. He questioned whether this was real, to which Fuyumi and Mai responded affirmatively, both giving him a thumbs up and a smile. Izuku gazed at Himiko, still dazed and smiling affectionately, before looking down at their unusual position. His panic escalated as he exclaimed her name, jumping away from her in surprise and covering himself. He demanded to know why she was there, and Fuyumi bluntly remarked on Izuku's previous actions, leaving him scrambling for a defense. He insisted he had thought it was a dream. Mai couldn't help but chuckle, making Izuku realize the implications of his actions. Himiko, with a bright smile, declared her intention to leave villainy behind in exchange for being with Izuku as his loyal companion. The group exchanged skeptical glances, with Midnight questioning Himiko's sincerity given her past. She also inquired how Toga had infiltrated UA, to which Himiko explained that a small boy had helped her gain entry, claiming he wanted to form a Harem. Katsumi gasped in shock, recognizing the boy as a notorious figure. Midnight expressed her unease about the situation, recalling how another incident had been covered up. She emphasized the need for caution and instructed both Himiko and Izuku to accompany her to Nezu's office immediately to address the potential dangers. Izuku hesitantly asked if they could get dressed first, but Midnight, lost in thought, walked out, choosing to overlook the awkwardness of the situation. After discussing Himiko's infiltration and Manetta's involvement, Nezu sat with several members of the Hero Board Association, with Izuku and Himiko beside him. One of the board members inquired if Himiko had any information about the League following their disbandment. She admitted that they had scattered after things went awry with Tomura. The board members exchanged worried glances, realizing they needed to manage the situation carefully to avoid public panic. They proposed framing the narrative as if 𝗵𝗃𝗄 had been a member of UA all along, responsible for the invasion, which would help maintain trust in the institution. Izuku voiced his concerns about this approach, suggesting that Manetta had not acted with malicious intent. The board acknowledged the complexity of the situation, emphasizing the need to consider public perception. They also suggested that a guard be assigned to keep an eye on 𝗵𝗃𝗄. When Nezu asked about the guard's identity, the head of the board revealed that they would enlist a pro-hero with a controversial past, Lady Nagant, who had once been respected but had fallen from grace. Nezu agreed to have Izuku and Midnight speak with her to negotiate her release, seeing the potential for a powerful ally. A few hours later, Izuku and Midnight, dressed professionally, faced a woman with striking purple and pink hair, who was cuffed to the table. Midnight greeted Lady Nagant, who questioned their purpose for being there. Midnight explained that they had a deal to propose. Nagant immediately dismissed the idea of taking on any violent tasks. Midnight clarified that they were not asking her to harm anyone but instead offered her a chance at probation. She mentioned that they had the authority to allow her to join them for a meal and a shower, knowing that even someone like Nagant would appreciate the offer. Nagant considered her options, wrinkling her nose at her own smell before agreeing to the terms, provided she could have a shower and something clean to wear. She requested French cuisine, testing the waters, but Midnight remained unfazed and agreed to find a suitable place for her to freshen up. Izuku understood that he couldn't be left alone while bathing. He figured someone would be watching him, but it didn't matter much, it all depended on the kind of show he put on. His cheeks flushed as Nagant laughed at his reaction. Midnight suggested they move along before Izuku became too flustered to speak. She uncuffed Nagant and led her to the entrance, where Nagant smiled at the sight of daylight and stretched. They all climbed into Midnight's car and drove toward the city. When they reached a motel, Midnight stopped the car and let everyone out. She booked a room for 2 hours, allowing Nagant a chance to relax. As they entered the room, Nagant headed straight for the shower and closed the door behind her. Midnight turned to Izuku and instructed him to keep an eye on her. Izuku hesitated, suggesting that Midnight should watch instead since she was a woman too. Midnight explained that they needed to consider the possibility of other threats beyond just Himiko Toga. She questioned whether Izuku could maintain his composure while watching a woman shower or while shopping for women's clothing. Izuku realized that it might be safer for him to watch Nagant rather than risk any awkwardness. Midnight reminded him to ensure Nagant didn't leave the room, even if she seemed to have no reason to. Once Midnight left, Izuku sighed deeply, reflecting on how strange his life had become. He opened the door to find a chair positioned directly in front of the shower. He sat down, trying not to stare too much at Nagant, who seemed unbothered by the lack of curtains as water cascaded over her. Despite her years of confinement, she appeared fit and strong. Nagant broke the silence, asking Izuku about Midnight as a teacher. He glanced away, giving her quick looks as he responded that she was good. Nagant expressed her doubts about Midnight's suitability as a teacher, suggesting that her approach might lead students astray rather than guide them toward becoming responsible adults. Izuku defended Midnight, acknowledging that while she could be less provocative, she genuinely tried her best. Realizing he had been looking at Nagant too intently, he blushed and quickly apologized. Nagant noticed his embarrassment and teased him about his reaction. She proposed a deal, agreeing to his previous terms with minimal additions, but with an ultimatum: he needed to help her with a personal need first. She explained that women have desires just like men, but they often don't openly admit it. She had been unable to address her own needs while in prison, and now she was looking for a way to satisfy them. Izuku nodded, and Nagant returned to the shower. She asked him how he wanted to proceed, whether in the shower or elsewhere. He hesitated but admitted to some experience, which surprised her. She instructed him to call her Kaina instead of Ms. Nagant, as the latter was irritating. As Izuku approached Kaina, he removed his shirt and began to undress. Kaina noticed him and commented on his physique, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He felt out of his league but decided to take charge, pressing her against the wall. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smirked, intrigued by his boldness. Without warning, he kissed her, catching her off guard. She quickly responded, engaging him and encouraging him to continue. Izuku, aware of 𝗧𝗵𝗲's pent-up desires, began to explore her, moving his fingers toward her. He aimed to impress her with his sensitivity and control, hoping to meet her expectations while navigating the complexities of their situation. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt an unexpected thrill from their actions before Izuku's touch broke the moment. She was surprised by his skill, realizing he knew how to navigate their encounter. As she began to explore Izuku's body, a sense of longing grew within her. Just as she was about to take things further, Izuku pulled away, leaving her feeling slightly annoyed. She questioned why he had stopped, trying to mask her irritation with bravado. Izuku, however, lifted her effortlessly and placed her in front of him, kneeling down to engage with her more intimately. He began to tease her, creating sensations that made her body tremble with anticipation. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was surprised by his technique, feeling the intensity build without him fully committing. She struggled to contain her reactions, her body yearning for more. Frustrated, she finally pulled him away, challenging him to prove himself. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 attempted to assert her dominance, but the power dynamic shifted as she found herself overwhelmed by the sensations he was creating. She decided to give him a chance to take the lead, curious to see if he could meet her expectations. Izuku suggested a change in position, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 agreed, allowing him to guide her to the ground. As he moved, she felt a rush of sensations that left her breathless. The experience was intense, and she found herself losing control, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. In a moment of vulnerability, Izuku leaned in to kiss her, revealing a depth of emotion that caught her off guard. He expressed a longing for intimacy, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was taken aback by his sincerity. This made her reflect on her past as a pro-hero, where she was celebrated yet burdened by secrets. She recalled the darker aspects of her life, the hidden struggles she faced while working under the hero board. Tasked with eliminating those who strayed from the path of righteousness, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had found herself entangled in a complicated relationship with a married man. When she discovered her 𝗵𝗃𝗫𝗁𝐶𝐵, she felt a glimmer of hope, but that hope was quickly crushed by his insistence that she end it. The realization of her role in a corrupt system weighed heavily on her. She had become a pawn, forced to comply with demands that contradicted her values. When she attempted to break free, she was met with threats that left her feeling trapped. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's inner turmoil led her to a breaking point, and she made a drastic choice that would change her life forever. The consequences of her actions led to her imprisonment, framed as a tragic accident rather than the truth of her struggle against the system. Wiping away the remnants of conflict, the peace of the country continued without internal threats. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 regained her composure and looked into Izuku's eyes, asking if his name was Midoriya. He confirmed it, and she inquired whether he was comfortable being with someone like her. She expressed her feelings of being damaged and questioned if a relationship with him would be acceptable in his eyes. Izuku reassured her, stating that she was not damaged goods but an appealing woman who had faced hardships. He expressed his longing to make her feel special, and as he spoke, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wrapped her legs around him, feeling emotional. She pulled him in for a kiss, surprising him, and held him close, feeling a mix of vulnerability and longing. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt a deep blush on her face as she asked Izuku to give her everything, wanting his love. He agreed, and their movements echoed in the bathroom, the hot water washing away her guilt and frustrations. As time passed, Izuku felt a surge of intensity and announced his impending CLMX. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 encouraged him, expressing her longing for his affection. As they reached a moment of shared joy, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 held Izuku tightly, feeling exhilarated after so long. However, a creaking sound from outside broke their moment. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly transformed her prosthetic arm into a rifle, preparing to defend herself. She speculated that it might just be a harmless creature, but she asked Izuku if he was ready for another round. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 playfully mentioned her quirk, suggesting that she could handle more than one partner at a time, teasingly challenging him. They continued their attmpt connection, unaware that someone was listening nearby, feeling frustrated by the situation unfolding before them. Later, Izuku was driving back to UA with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and midnight, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Midnight broke the tension by asking how Izuku managed to convince Lady Nagant to join their cause. Kaina smirked, hinting at his methods, while Midnight teased Izuku about his past interactions with the villain. Midnight acknowledged Izuku's talent and suggested that they could frame his actions in a way that avoided punishment. Kaina, leaning back in her seat, expressed her surprise at how easily Izuku had navigated the situation. Midnight then explained that there was a reason for Kaina's involvement. They needed her to watch over a villain named Himiko Toga, who posed a potential threat to Izuku. Kaina reacted with frustration, realizing her role was to act as a guard for Izuku while babysitting Toga. She lamented the simplicity of the task, expressing her dissatisfaction with her attire, which bore the word smash. Izuku assured her that he would help her find better clothing in the future, but Kaina firmly rejected the idea of wearing his old things. With a sigh, Kaina expressed a longing to stop at a general store to pick up some affordable bras and underwear, not wanting to go without them. While she didn't mind if one person saw her, she preferred not to make it easy for others. The trio agreed to make a detour to the store, where they managed to stay within budget while gathering the essentials and a few extra items to help Kaina maintain her cleanliness until the next shopping trip with the R-rated Pro and Himiko. Later that day, as they arrived in front of Class A, the trio was greeted by Aizawa and the rest of Class A, along with Himiko, who was whittling a piece of wood with her knife. Aizawa noted their tardiness, and Kaina explained their stop for necessities. Aizawa then addressed everyone, informing them of an incident involving Himiko Toga and that she would be living with them. He mentioned that the school had decided to hire a bodyguard, introducing Kaina Tsutsumi, also known as Lady Nagant. He explained that due to some complicated circumstances, she had been incarcerated but was now there to watch over Midoriya and monitor Himiko during classes. As long as Kaina behaved, there would be no issues. Kaina, slightly irritated by the term bodyguard, suggested a more intense title like Night Owl Defender or Protective MSDRS, which prompted a blank stare from Aizawa. Midnight, aware of the complexities of Izuku's situation, advised Aizawa to avoid delving into the origin of the term. Aizawa requested everyone to treat Kaina with respect, as she was there at the request of Nezu and the Hero Board, before leaving with Midnight. Shortly after, Katsumi arrived with Itsuka and Setsuna from Class B, joined by Shoko, Kami, and Nejiya. Katsumi inquired about Kaina's presence, and Izuku explained that she was there to protect him due to Minetta's antics. As they entered the Class A dorms, Kaina admired the renovations, surprised to learn they had been there for about a year. She was particularly excited to discover the dorms had a pool, lamenting that she should have bought a swimsuit while out shopping. Kaminari joked that underwear could serve as an alternative, which elicited a playful reprimand from Kiyoka. Kaina, however, responded with a light-hearted comment about swimming in her underwear if she had any. The room fell silent for a moment before she continued, mentioning her preference for night swimming. Ida attempted to interject, deeming her comments inappropriate, but Kaina brushed him off, jokingly suggesting he lighten up. She then pointed at Izuku, teasingly implying that he might want to join her for a swim. Katsumi, amused, remarked on Izuku's situation, leading to laughter among the group. As the girls headed inside, the boys distanced themselves, leaving Izuku feeling somewhat bewildered by the events. Later that evening, Kaina found herself in the pool with the girls from Class A and Izuku's circle. It felt a bit uncomfortable for them to be undressed in a space they had seen the boys swim in. Kaina smirked, acknowledging the girls as part of Izuku's 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and commenting on his charm. Katsumi then pointed out a girl with chartreuse hair, questioning her identity. Mina moved closer, recognizing her as Toru, who explained that she had recently learned to control her quirk to become visible under certain conditions. She shared her experience of being blackmailed and her longing to connect with her friends regarding common issues girls face. Itsuka reassured Toru, appreciating her efforts to relate to them and emphasizing that her intentions were understandable. But what exactly had Manetta caught Toru doing that made her want to avoid being seen? She had a hobby that she revealed to the group, and everyone looked at her with curiosity as she pointed it out. Being invisible for most of her life meant that nobody knew she could be in a room with them, and she had engaged in some activities in the common area. Setsuna, intrigued, prompted Toru to elaborate, causing her to blush. Toru admitted to having engaged in some private moments in the boys' bathroom. The room fell silent as the weight of her confession hung in the air. Setsuna clarified the situation, expressing her disbelief that Toru had tried to be a wholesome person while secretly training with her quirk turned off at night. Toru nodded in shame, acknowledging her actions. If she had known she was being perceived as an 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, she might have sought out Izuku for more adventurous experiences. Toru insisted that she wasn't a person who would act inappropriately without reason. She had only sought relief during stressful times and never intended for it to become an unhealthy habit. 𝗧𝗵𝗵 pointed out that they were all in a vulnerable state, discussing their experiences with Izuku, which made Toru reconsider her earlier reactions and sit back down in the water. She was then asked what exactly Mineta had seen. Toru admitted that she had been in the boys' bathroom with a device, and when she panicked and turned visible, Mineta had taken a picture. He had threatened to share it unless she agreed to be his girlfriend, and she felt foolish for falling into that trap. Mina tried to reassure her, and Momo joined in, noting that Mineta had taken advantage of her at a vulnerable moment. 𝗬𝗧𝗍𝗓 expressed confusion, questioning why Toru hadn't simply denied it if Mineta spread the rumor. Toru explained that she had spent her entire life invisible and was finally happy to be seen. Denying it would mean accepting her invisibility again, and the thought of someone using a picture of her in a weak moment was unbearable. Fuyumi empathized with Toru, understanding her longing to not feel invisible again. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 reminded everyone that there were worse situations than being blackmailed for intimacy. She shared a story about a friend who faced a dire choice in a similar situation, highlighting the complexities of such dilemmas. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 encouraged Toru to seek out Izuku, suggesting that she give him something to enjoy and build her confidence with someone who genuinely cared for her. As Toru began to dry off, she considered 𝗧𝗵𝗃's advice and expressed her gratitude. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 playfully warned her to be cautious about potential consequences. The conversation shifted as they discussed Izuku's unique situation, and 𝗬𝗧𝗍𝗓 inquired about a past incident that had affected him deeply. 8 years earlier, Izuku had come over to hang out with 𝗧𝗵𝗵 after school. Mitsuki, 𝗧𝗵𝗵's mother, appeared in a workout outfit, causing Izuku to blush and 𝗧𝗵𝗵 to react defensively. An argument ensued between mother and daughter, drawing Izuku's attention. He found himself lost in thought, contemplating how 𝗧𝗵𝗵 might look as she matured. Suddenly, an embarrassing incident occurred, leaving Izuku in a state of panic as he tried to cover himself and fix his clothes. Mitsuki and 𝗧𝗵𝗵 were taken aback by the situation, and when Masaru rushed in, he was met with the sight of Izuku in distress. Mitsuki quickly realized the gravity of the moment and instructed Masaru to help Izuku, emphasizing that this was a matter for boys to handle. To avoid any issues, he took an old pair of shorts that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 no longer needed, which they were planning to donate, and walked into the bathroom with them. Meanwhile, Mitsuki sat 𝗧𝗵𝗃 down on the couch and began explaining the situation. She reassured 𝗧𝗵𝗃 that what she had seen was not appropriate and that Izuku's attempt to cover himself indicated he did not want her to see it. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, confused, asked what she had witnessed and why it was so large. Mitsuki explained that some boys are simply different in that regard and mentioned that they would need Izuku to clarify further. Shortly after, Izuku emerged from the bathroom with Masaru, looking quite embarrassed as he took a seat on the couch across from Mitsuki and 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Masaru chose to sit beside him, feeling it was safer to show that none of them held anything against him. Mitsuki then revealed that Izuku had a rather unusual quirk. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was surprised, having thought he was quirkless. Izuku admitted that he had been told to lie about his quirk by the doctors and his mother, believing it would prevent him from being seen as someone frightening. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 questioned what kind of quirk could be so concerning that he felt the need to hide it. Izuku explained that his quirk would not fully manifest until PBRTY, leaving the family astonished. After he finished explaining, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 stared at him in shock, realizing how some girls might perceive him negatively. Izuku pleaded with them not to share this information, tears streaming down his face. He expressed his distress at being treated like an outcast for being quirkless and feared being labeled as something worse because of his quirk. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 felt terrible knowing how Izuku felt, understanding that he would rather be judged for being quirkless than for having a quirk that could lead to further bullying. After a moment of contemplation, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 promised to keep his secret. Izuku thanked her, nearly breaking down again, prompting 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to look away to preserve his dignity. She suggested that their hangout was somewhat ruined and proposed they try again the next day. Izuku agreed, getting up from the couch and turning to Masaru, promising to return the shorts after they were cleaned. Masaru reassured him that Katsuki wouldn't notice their absence. Once Izuku left, Masaru exchanged a concerned glance with his wife and daughter, suggesting they keep this incident from Katsuki, as Izuku would not want it to spread. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 firmly stated that if anyone were to tell Katsuki, she would take action against both him and Masaru, earning a gentle pat on the head from her mother for standing up for her friend. In the present, Kaina teased 𝗧𝗵𝗲, suggesting that she might have been more forward with Izuku in middle school. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 scowled at the remark, while Tsuyu noted that she felt somewhat better knowing the story. Mina, however, seemed distracted, leading Tsuyu to question her thoughts. Mina admitted to recalling a picture of Mrs. Bakugo, commenting on her attractiveness. Setsuna then asked how much 𝗧𝗵𝗲 might grow in comparison to Mrs. Bakugo, to which 𝗧𝗵𝗲 responded that she would likely grow significantly but reminded them that they were comparing her to a woman who had already had children. Kaina offered to get some drinks, pulling a cooler closer, while Momo raised concerns about drinking near the pool. Kaina dismissed her worries, stating that she had done far more dangerous things. Suddenly, a noise caught Kaina's attention, prompting her to transform her arm into a rifle and fire 3 rounds without hesitation. A squirrel darted out from the bushes, but Kaina shrugged it off and continued enjoying her drink. The others thought about how wild she was as Himiko joined her with a beer, cheering alongside Kaina. Izuku returned to his room after an intense workout, feeling the urge to shower. Upon entering, he was surprised to find a woman on his bed, partially covered by a towel. She greeted him playfully, but Izuku remained calm, unfazed by her presence. She questioned his lack of reaction, noting that he should be more surprised by a girl waiting for him like that. Izuku explained that he had become accustomed to the casualness of his relationships, mentioning how other girls had acted around him. He casually remarked on the pleasant scent in the room, attributing it to Kami's use of candles. The girl was taken aback, asking how he recognized her and not someone else. Izuku simply stated that he had seen her practice before, revealing that he had been aware of her intentions all along. With that in mind, Izuku decided to let things unfold naturally, pretending to be surprised when Toru revealed herself in Class A. He hadn't intended to be unkind, he simply wanted to spare her feelings and not ruin the surprise she had planned. Toru was taken aback by this revelation. Izuku aimed to bring her joy by keeping quiet until she regained her composure. He then suggested that she consider it a treat, promising to show her affection in a way that only he could, hoping to charm her. Toru playfully laid on her stomach, covering herself with a blanket. She proposed a bold idea, suggesting that he should drop his breathes and let her take the lead. Izuku, however, suggested that he should shower first, wanting to avoid any unpleasantness. Toru, feeling impatient, insisted that he should just give in so she could make him happy. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Izuku walked over and, with a hint of hesitation, revealed himself, hoping to impress her. Toru smiled at the sight before turning onto her back, playfully sliding his undergarments down. She expressed her delight, teasing him about how appealing he looked. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as Toru began to engage with him, asking if he was comfortable with the situation. She assured him that she could handle a little discomfort, encouraging him to proceed. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, Izuku agreed to her request, wanting to ensure that they both enjoyed the moment while being mindful of each other's feelings. Izuku immersed himself in Toru's warmth, his movements eliciting a surprised reaction from her as she felt a wave of comfort. Determined to take charge, Toru eagerly engaged with Izuku, pushing him deeper, which prompted him to respond instinctively, moving closer to her. In that moment, Izuku held on to Toru, feeling the connection between them intensify. Toru moved to wipe her face with the side towel on the bed before sitting up to look at Izuku with a smile. She expressed her longing for him to take control, wanting to experience something intense. After sharing a brief kiss, she laid back down, her legs spread and arms behind her head, giving him a sultry gaze. Izuku acknowledged her wish, aligning himself with her. In one smooth motion, he entered her, and Toru held her breath, feeling a sense of fullness that brought her joy. Izuku warned her that things were about to get intense. He slowly pulled back, teasing her momentarily before moving back in, causing Toru to arch her back in response. He continued with a rapid pace, making it feel as though she was being swept away in the moment. To her surprise, she found herself enjoying the experience immensely. She reveled in the way he moved, feeling cherished by his gaze. Izuku, feeling the connection, complimented her, noting how soft and inviting she felt. He leaned closer, looking into her eyes, expressing how much he loved seeing her in that moment. Toru felt a surge of excitement when she heard someone compliment her appearance, but then she recalled the inappropriate remarks made by Mineta in the past. She shivered at the memory. Izuku, however, was focused on her, his attention unwavering as he engaged with her. Toru hesitated before asking if he would be interested in taking pictures of her. Izuku replied that he was open to the idea but would keep the more private ones to himself. As their interaction intensified, Toru felt the heat of the moment, realizing how passionate Izuku could be. He held her close, and their connection deepened as they shared a kiss, the warmth between them growing. Toru gazed at Izuku with a loving expression and asked if he would love her for who she was. Izuku assured her that his feelings were genuine, expressing his longing to be close to her. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as they shared an attmpt moment, their bodies entwined. Afterward, Toru felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, looking down at Izuku with affection. Suddenly, Izuku lifted her up, catching her off guard. When she asked where they were headed, he explained that they needed to shower after their earlier activities. The hot water cascaded over them, and they both enjoyed the soothing sensation. Toru marveled at Izuku's stamina, teasing him about how long it took for him to tire out. He explained that his energy levels were high, and they playfully discussed the possibility of another round. As the morning light broke, Toru was awakened by an alarm blaring. She silenced it and noticed Izuku was missing from the room. When she called out for him, she learned he had gone for a run. Curiosity led her to open the closet, where she found 𝗂𝗓 sitting with a cup of tea. Their conversation took a surprising turn as 𝗂𝗓 revealed that Izuku had set the alarm to help Toru maintain some discretion about their night together. Toru reflected on her feelings and expressed her longing for more closeness with Izuku. 𝗂𝗓 humorously agreed, and they both shared a laugh. As Toru changed clothes, she made sure to sneak back to her room without being seen. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself at home during the holidays, feeling a bit bored. While he appreciated the break from work, he missed spending time with his girlfriends, who were all busy with their families. He pondered what to do with his day when his mother, 𝗵𝗃𝗄, entered the room and asked if he was all right. She then reminded him about a holiday party invitation from Katsumi, which piqued his interest. Izuku considered reaching out to her for more details, hoping to make the most of his time off. Since Katsuki was heading to his friend Kirishima's place for a celebration with most of the boys from their class, Katsumi invited Izuku to join her and her friends for a gathering. She suggested that he accompany her and Masaru to avoid feeling lonely. Hearing that Mitsuki and Masaru offered to keep his mother company filled him with happiness, knowing that his childhood friend's parents and his mom got along so well. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 reassured Izuku that it was perfectly fine for him to have fun, reminding him to be responsible if he decided to drink. She expressed her concern for his well-being, emphasizing that she didn't want him to make any poor choices. Izuku quickly sent a text to Fuyumi, inquiring about the get-together. Fuyumi confirmed that Katsumi wanted to do something special with everyone and invited him to her place around 8. She mentioned that her family would not be home, as her dad usually worked during the holidays and Shoto was attending the party at Kirishima's. Izuku offered to bring snacks, but Fuyumi assured him that she had everything covered, suggesting he bring a change of clothes for the evening's festivities. Later that evening, Izuku arrived at the Todoroki estate, standing in awe before the impressive house. He wondered if he was truly in a relationship with someone from such a prestigious family. After pressing the intercom button, Fuyumi welcomed him and instructed him on how to enter. Once inside, he announced his arrival and removed his shoes, making his way down the hallway. As he entered the room, he was greeted by his friends, who were dressed in festive attire. They playfully suggested that they were celebrating the end of the year in a unique way. Izuku was curious about the unexpected atmosphere but felt a sense of excitement as he realized they were all ready to enjoy the night together. With a smile, he picked Fuyumi up, ready to share a memorable experience, believing it was only fair for her to have the first turn in their celebration. The evening unfolded with laughter and joy as they all engaged in playful activities, each enjoying the company of their friends. The atmosphere was filled with excitement and anticipation for the night ahead, as they celebrated the end of the year together, creating lasting memories. That's not fair. Neither is being thrown to the ground and treated like a toy, but Izuku wasn't complaining. He moved his hips, causing Mai to feel overwhelmed with sensations. The pink-haired girl watched as her body responded to Izuku's movements, her mind drifting as she began to lose consciousness. Sensing her state, Izuku prepared to speak to Mai, hinting at the consequences of her actions. He increased his pace, building intensity until he reached his peak, leaving Mai in a daze. Noticing she had dozed off, Izuku gently pulled away, placing a soft kiss on her forehead as he allowed her to relax. Meanwhile, 𝗫𝗫𝗫 and 𝗧𝗜𝗃𝗃 decided to collaborate, hoping to capture Izuku's attention. 𝗫𝗫𝗫 playfully positioned herself against 𝗧𝗜𝗃𝗃, calling out to Izuku and teasing him about their playful dynamics. 𝗧𝗜𝗃𝗃 chimed in, pointing out the less appealing aspects of their banter, just as Izuku approached them without hesitation. He began moving with 𝗧𝗜𝗃𝗃, who responded with soft sounds of enjoyment while 𝗫𝗫𝗫 smiled at her, leaning in for a kiss. After a few moments, Izuku shifted his focus to 𝗫𝗫𝗫, eliciting a surprised reaction from her. He remarked on how well 𝗧𝗜𝗃𝗃's presence enhanced the experience, and the two girls synchronized their movements with him, losing themselves in the moment. As Izuku quickened his pace, both girls felt a rush of emotions, their bodies responding eagerly. He teased them about his impending CLMX, leaving them breathless with anticipation. As he reached his limit, he made a decisive move, and both girls reacted strongly, overwhelmed by the sensations. Afterward, Izuku pulled away, observing the girls as they lay on the ground, catching their breath. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 then joined in, playfully tackling Izuku and drawing his attention to the fun everyone was having. Katsumi, appearing behind Izuku, expressed her interest in joining the playful chaos, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 readily encouraged her. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the girls engaged with one another, exploring their connections and desires. Shoko and Kami shared a moment of intimacy, while 𝗧𝗏𝗏 enjoyed the closeness of both girls, feeling a mix of emotions as they all connected. On the other side of the room, Katsumi and Izuku worked together, playfully engaging with 𝗧𝗏𝗏, who was clearly enjoying the attention. They moved in sync, creating a rhythm that resonated throughout the space. The energy was palpable as they all embraced the moment. As they continued, each person felt the thrill building within them, signaling the approach of a shared CLMX. Shoko communicated her excitement, prompting Kami to join in, while Izuku expressed his own anticipation. They all agreed to experience this moment together, culminating in a collective release that filled the room with energy. Once they finished, Izuku remained energized, and the girls playfully crawled toward him, teasing about their plans for the night. They decided to keep the fun going, suching activities and enjoying each other's company as the new year approached. As midnight drew near, they gathered together, celebrating the moment with laughter and joy. After the clock struck midnight, they shared their resolutions for the year ahead, each expressing their hopes and dreams. Shoko prompted the group, and each girl contributed her aspirations, creating a light-hearted atmosphere filled with camaraderie and excitement for the future. Izuku, with a smile, joined in on the fun, ready to embrace whatever the new year would bring. If someone was using blackmail against the girls, they hoped to turn the tables and confront him directly. Izuku didn't argue, as he found himself somewhat intrigued by the idea. As Katsumi contemplated this, a plan began to form in her mind. If 𝗫𝗫𝗫 hadn't yet been involved with him, the loser might be eager to take that step, focusing more on the thrill of the moment than on the consequences. This could be a clever strategy. Kami suggested taking a selfie with Izuku to commemorate the night, and everyone eagerly agreed. The group huddled close, with Katsumi and Shoko embracing Izuku, all of them smiling brightly for the camera. Izuku, caught off guard, turned to Kami with a puzzled expression as they captured the moment. They continued to enjoy their evening, soaking in the Todoroki family bath, and later cuddled together in Fuyumi's room as they drifted off to sleep. Later that evening, Itsuka Kendo had just finished a shower in her dorm room. Stepping out, she felt cheerful, humming to herself as she anticipated her special evening with Izuku and her friends. She had prepared for the night, planning to create a cozy atmosphere with pleasant scents. As she looked in the mirror, she admired her figure, noting the chill in the air that made her skin tingle. She realized she needed to take care of her grooming and remembered she had forgotten to pick up a razor during her last outing. Perhaps her classmate Setsuna or 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had one she could borrow until she could go out again. She thought it would be awkward if Izuku noticed anything out of place. Just then, she heard a voice and turned to see her classmate Yui sitting on her bed in casual attire. Yui had come to return some notes and mentioned she had learned something interesting about a member of the HM in Class A. Itsuka quickly dressed, putting on some underwear and a shirt to cover herself. Yui revealed that someone had sent a member of the league to the school with the intent to harm Midoriya, prompting the staff to hire a bodyguard for him. This bodyguard was a former pro hero given a chance at redemption. Itsuka listened intently, hoping Yui wouldn't mention anything about her relationship with Izuku. However, Yui pulled out a picture that caught Itsuka off guard. It showed Izuku in her room, and Itsuka felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She stammered that their relationship was complicated, but she admitted to being involved with him. Yui pressed further, asking if there were any other members in the relationship, to which Itsuka insisted it was just her and Izuku. Yui then revealed another picture, showing Itsuka with the other girls at the pool. Itsuka realized Yui had been hiding in the bushes to capture that moment. Yui admitted it had been a frightening experience for her. They discussed the state of Itsuka's sheets, and she assured Yui that she kept everything clean after their nights together. Curious, Yui asked why Itsuka was in this relationship and if Izuku had any leverage over her. Itsuka firmly denied that Izuku would ever do something like that. She explained that it was her choice to be with him, and he had made that clear. Yui inquired if Izuku had plans to make their relationship more serious, to which Itsuka replied that they were taking things one step at a time. With that, Yui prepared to ask her more significant question, eager to understand more about Itsuka's feelings and intentions. Itsuka reflected on how everything began, trying to find the right words to explain. She suggested that Yui take a look in the closet. Yui complied and discovered a box filled with various items that were quite surprising. Confused, she questioned the need to see such things. Itsuka explained that she had been struggling with her own frustrations and had resorted to some questionable methods to cope. Yui was curious about the extent of Itsuka's struggles. Itsuka recalled a moment from nearly a year ago when she felt overwhelmed. Sitting on her bed, she had been frustrated, trying to find relief but ultimately feeling defeated when an alarm interrupted her. She realized she needed to find a different way to address her issues. Back in the present, Yui was astonished to learn that Itsuka had been using something larger than the average size before school. Itsuka admitted to feeling incredibly frustrated and mentioned that it had kept her from acting out in anger toward someone else. Yui considered this for a moment but ultimately didn't find it as shocking as it might seem. Reflecting on the past, Itsuka navigated the halls of UA, trying to avoid the gazes of her peers. She bumped into someone and was surprised to find Izuku on the ground. Apologizing, she admitted to feeling a bit on edge. Izuku noticed something unusual and expressed concern about her condition. In a moment of urgency, Itsuka quickly led him to an unused bathroom stall, where she insisted he keep what he saw to himself. Despite her irrational behavior, Itsuka felt a mix of guilt and desperation. She knew she was crossing a line but felt compelled to maintain control over the situation. She made it clear that Izuku needed to comply with her demands, or there would be consequences. Izuku, surprisingly calm, agreed to her terms, which caught Itsuka off guard. Later that day, as the school day wrapped up, Itsuka contemplated her earlier actions. She recognized that she had acted out of line but felt the need to address the situation with Izuku. She called him into a private room, trying to maintain a stern demeanor. Izuku arrived and followed her instructions. Itsuka felt a pang of guilt as she realized how kind-hearted he was. She offered to erase the picture if he promised to keep quiet about what had happened. To her surprise, Izuku agreed without hesitation, explaining that he had his own reasons for wanting to confront someone who had wronged him. Izuku shared his recent experiences and his determination to stand up against someone who had caused him shame. Itsuka listened, feeling a mix of disgust and empathy for her friend, realizing that their situations were more intertwined than she initially thought. What specifically was unclear, but at the end of the day, the situation remained. Izuku was waiting to act, pondering the reasons behind his hesitation. He wanted to ensure that the person in question felt more than just sadness. He aimed to make them experience the depth of emotions that both he and others had endured. It was a petty and mean longing, but he believed it was necessary to make a point about his disagreement with their actions. Itsuka contemplated this and posed a serious question about how she could assist. Momo was a friend of hers, and she wanted to help if possible. Izuku mentioned that there was a method, but it was more unconventional. Itsuka guessed it involved something attmpt, but Izuku hesitated, expressing concern about the sacred nature of such actions. Itsuka interrupted him, standing up and revealing her frustration. She had been unable to find satisfaction for weeks, and seeing Izuku had sparked a longing within her. She proposed a deal: if he helped her release her pent-up frustration, she would allow him to practice with her. It was a mutual arrangement, and she felt it was fair. Izuku agreed, but only if she was comfortable with it. He began to unbutton his 𝗧𝗲𝗄𝐻, revealing himself. He asked if she wanted him to be gentle for her first experience, to which Itsuka responded with a teasing remark about his ability to be assertive. She playfully pointed out his tendency to stutter and blush around women, which irritated him slightly. He explained that he was working on his confidence and that his embarrassment stemmed from wanting to avoid awkward situations. Itsuka laughed, challenging him to show how assertive he could be. She adjusted her clothing, leaning over a desk, inviting him to take the lead. Izuku felt a surge of determination and lifted her legs, surprising her with his strength. As he moved closer, she felt a rush of excitement. Their connection intensified as they engaged in a passionate moment. Itsuka's training had made her body responsive, and she felt the heat of the moment build. Izuku urged her to keep quiet, worried someone might overhear. Itsuka, however, playfully encouraged him to find a way to silence her. As they shared a kiss, Itsuka was taken aback, having never experienced such intimacy before. The taste was unexpectedly pleasant, and she found herself lost in the moment. Their chemistry ignited a whirlwind of sensations, and soon, they were caught up in the thrill of their encounter. Izuku playfully suggested that they could give a show, teasing her about how others might react if they saw them. Itsuka protested, wanting to keep their connection private. She expressed her longing for only him to see her vulnerable side, and despite her protests, Izuku continued to engage with her, deepening their bond. As their encounter reached its peak, Izuku felt himself nearing a climax. He communicated his intentions, and Itsuka eagerly encouraged him. Their connection was electric, and as they reached the height of their experience, they both felt a rush of emotions, culminating in a moment of shared exhilaration. Afterward, they both caught their breath, and Itsuka, with a smile, reflected on the unexpected flavors of their encounter. Izuku explained that the taste was a reflection of her preferences, leaving Itsuka intrigued. She appreciated his honesty and thanked him for the experience, even as she struggled to regain her composure. Just then, the door opened, and 𝗎𝗎𝗄𝐿 peeked in, catching sight of them. She remarked on the unexpected partnership, leaving both Izuku and Itsuka in a moment of surprise. She also appeared to have enjoyed herself. Izuku wondered if this would be the strangest part of his day. He was told to wait until Kat met him. It would only get weirder. Izuku approached Itsuka and handed her back her clothing, suggesting she put them on and store the other item in her bag after using a small towel to clean herself up. He then invited her to join him and 𝗎𝗎𝗄𝐿 for a drink. Itsuka, feeling adventurous, agreed, and the three of them left to head to a nearby cafe to enjoy some time together. Back in the present, Itsuka shared her story while sitting on her bed, smiling at Yui, who looked somewhat surprised. Given Yui's usual stoic demeanor, this reaction indicated that Itsuka's tale had truly shocked her friend. Itsuka explained how their group dynamics worked, mentioning that they often swayed partners when spending time with Midoriya. Today, Shoko was the chosen one, and she had expressed interest in including 𝗬 as well. Itsuka then checked her computer, connecting to a live stream that showcased Izuku and Shoko having fun together, while 𝗬 was also involved in the scene. The atmosphere was lively, and it was clear they were enjoying themselves. Yui, still processing the information, inquired if they always recorded these moments. Itsuka explained that they did so occasionally, noting that 𝗬 could feel Izuku's presence more than Minetta's. She made a comparison with her hands, illustrating the difference between the two. Yui, maintaining her usual lack of expression, pondered what to do with this newfound information and decided to have a conversation with Midoriya the following day to determine her next steps. Meanwhile, Katsumi, sitting across from Itsuka during breakfast, asked if Yui had discovered something. Itsuka confirmed that she had shared her findings with the group. Izuku reflected on the situation, acknowledging that they had been forming a HRM and engaging in secretive activities, so it was only a matter of time before someone found out. Shoko pointed out her surprise that no one had discovered it sooner, especially since she and 𝗬 were wearing Izuku's shirt and some underwear, drawing the attention of the guys in the room. Ida, trying to maintain decorum, suggested that Asui and Ms. Itsushimi should dress more modestly, as their current attire was distracting. Shoko, confused, defended her choice of clothing, explaining that she had initially planned to wear just underwear until Izuku suggested she put on a shirt. The group shared a laugh, and as they continued their meal, Okako posed a thought-provoking question about how their lives might have differed if Mineta hadn't acted as he did. Katsumi bluntly responded, leading to laughter from some of the girls, which irritated Bakugo, who was sitting nearby. The playful banter continued, with various comments exchanged that highlighted the group's dynamic. Izuku found himself questioning how he had become accustomed to such conversations. Amidst the light-hearted chaos, 𝗬 attempted to steer the discussion back to normalcy, asking if anyone had plans for the day. She mentioned wanting to check out the school's library with Himiko, who was feeling restless. As the group chatted, Shoko reminded Izuku about his upcoming training session with Ms. Midnight, hinting that it might involve some unconventional activities. The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie and playful teasing, showcasing the unique bonds they had formed. Shoko considered the situation but decided against voicing her objections. She had been creating videos for Midnight that showcased her in various provocative scenarios, and she had been told that having a partner would make her work more appealing to viewers. As she chewed on a piece of sausage, a thought crossed her mind about making a video featuring Izuku in a playful scenario. She appreciated that her GG reflex had improved thanks to her experiences with him. Later that day, after classes had concluded, Izuku was invited to Midnight's office following a shower. They sat down together, enjoying a cup of tea before diving into their discussion. Midnight expressed her pleasure at Izuku's arrival and inquired about his busy schedule. He acknowledged the hectic nature of his days and thanked her for the tea. Midnight then broached the topic at hand, wanting to confirm Izuku's interest in exploring R-rated hero work in the future. Izuku took a moment to sip his tea before responding thoughtfully. He mentioned that while he wasn't looking to make it his primary source of income, he recognized his quirk and abilities could lend themselves to such work. He believed keeping his options open would be beneficial. Midnight continued, asking how open he was to trying new things. She explained that R-rated heroes could engage in various forms of work, but comfort was key. She noted that Shoko felt at ease creating videos because they were viewed online, allowing her to maintain distance from the audience. Midnight then inquired about Izuku's comfort level with engaging in more NTMT scenarios. Izuku reflected on his past experiences, admitting that he had been in NTMT situations with others before. He acknowledged that while he was comfortable with some aspects, he wouldn't engage in such activities randomly in public. Midnight appreciated his boundaries and pressed on, asking how he would feel about being NTMT with someone he had just met. He clarified that he wouldn't engage in such actions without building a connection first, as it felt unfair to his girlfriends. Midnight noted that his girlfriend seemed more open to the idea than he was, but Izuku maintained that there should be limits to avoid giving the wrong impression. As the conversation progressed, Midnight explained that adult-themed work was common in their line of work. She asked if he would prefer to perform alone or with a partner. Izuku suggested that working with someone like Shoko would be easier since they already had a rapport. Midnight then asked if he would prefer to conceal his identity during such work. Izuku pondered the implications, curious about the potential consequences of being recognized. Midnight reassured him that while it might not pose a direct danger, public perception could shift if people were aware of his activities. He agreed that wearing a mask could be a viable option. Midnight informed him that they could also use camera angles that wouldn't reveal his face. She reassured him that he wouldn't be pressured into attmpt situations with anyone he wasn't comfortable with, as there were other professionals who could fulfill those roles. Izuku expressed gratitude for the clarity and asked what steps he would need to take to pursue this line of work. Midnight explained that she would first need to assess his skills with his other partners. She mentioned that his previous experience with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had showcased his natural talent, but she wanted to evaluate him personally before moving forward. As the conversation shifted, Midnight began to prepare for the next phase of their discussion, indicating that they would transition into more practical matters. Izuku felt a mix of anticipation and unease as he prepared for what was to come. An odd suggestion, but perhaps we should avoid playing Pop the teacher for now. It feels a bit inappropriate. Midnight encouraged Izuku to relax and enjoy the moment. She guided him to sit on the edge of her bed, kneeling down to meet his gaze. With a playful smile, she leaned closer, teasingly drawing nearer to him. Midnight playfully suggested that since this was a test for him, he could take the lead. She smiled at him, assuring him that she could handle a bit of intensity. Izuku agreed, asking her to signal him if she needed a break. When he stood up, he took the initiative, surprising her with his boldness. The intensity of the moment escalated, and Izuku's movements became more assertive, causing a mix of sensations that left them both breathless. As the atmosphere thickened with their shared energy, Midnight felt exhilarated by the thrill of the encounter. She allowed herself to indulge in the moment, feeling the excitement build. The air was charged with their combined presence, and the room filled with the sounds of their actions. Izuku, feeling the rush, warned her of his impending climax. Midnight encouraged him to let go, her expression one of anticipation. As they reached a peak of shared exhilaration, the moment culminated in a wave of satisfaction that left them both gasping for air. Afterward, Izuku expressed his surprise at the experience, and Midnight complimented him on his unexpected talent. She remarked on how he reminded her of her younger self, hinting at a connection that went beyond the moment they just shared. As they both settled back, Izuku wondered if he could continue, and Midnight playfully challenged him to show her what else he could do. The playful banter continued as they both embraced the excitement of the moment, ready for whatever came next. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed as he lowered his head, while 𝗵𝗲𝗍 waved off his concerns. She reassured him that everything would return to normal soon enough. With a shift in focus, she reminded Izuku that starting tomorrow, he and Shoko would be training together to become R-rated heroes. She also mentioned that he would assist her with some live streams, while his training would involve working with pro heroines and other women who might need his expertise. Izuku eagerly agreed, bowing his head in appreciation, and 𝗵𝗲𝗍 smiled at his enthusiasm. She then instructed him to head home before anyone started to worry about him. Once Izuku left and was a good distance away, 𝗵𝗲𝗍 let out a frustrated sigh. She couldn't believe someone like him existed, someone who could outlast her even when she felt on the verge of exhaustion. She pondered how different her life might have been if he had been around when she was younger. Growing up, she had always had a stronger drive than most, which influenced her decision to enter her current profession. Her mentor, His Purple Highness, had given her the opportunity, but she had hoped to find someone who could match her stamina. After a couple of close calls, she decided to take precautions to avoid bringing a child into the world under such circumstances. Though she accepted her choices, she recognized the importance of ensuring children grow up with a clear understanding of what is acceptable. Inside 𝗵𝗲𝗍's office, Izuku began to explain a recent situation involving Kodai, who was interested in joining their group. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 listened intently, recognizing the sensitivity of the matter. Izuku expressed his discomfort with the idea, preferring to establish a genuine connection rather than just a physical attraction. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 recalled a similar situation with 𝗧𝗜𝗍 when she joined, prompting Izuku to reflect on that experience. As he shared his thoughts, he found himself momentarily distracted by the unexpected intimacy of the moment. He was surprised by the casualness of the conversation, especially considering the context of their training. Despite the distractions, he continued to explain his past experiences, recounting how 𝗧𝗜𝗍 had discovered his relationship with Izuku, which nearly went viral during the Christmas season when Kat was planning something special for them. Half a year ago, Izuku had been sitting in the lunchroom with his classmates, discussing their holiday plans and upcoming work studies. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his head and looked up to see 𝗧𝗜𝗍, her long dark green hair and playful smirk catching his attention. She asked to borrow him for a moment, framing it as a friendly conversation between classmates. Confused but intrigued, he agreed, bidding farewell to his friends. As they stepped into a secluded hallway, 𝗧𝗜𝗍 maintained her smug expression, leaving Izuku curious about her intentions. She hinted that she knew about his relationship with Izuku, teasing him about it. Izuku felt a rush of embarrassment as she made a bold comment about their private life, leaving him momentarily speechless. 𝗧𝗜𝗍's playful demeanor made it clear she was enjoying the situation, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a mix of shame and intrigue as he navigated this unexpected conversation. Izuku found it challenging to keep his composure when he could hear his dorm mate in the next room. He felt a mix of curiosity and embarrassment when 𝗧𝗜𝗍 mentioned wanting to see some pictures. She had a mischievous glint in her eye as she suggested that he and Izuku had captured some moments together. Izuku attempted to feign ignorance, insisting he had nothing of the sort. However, 𝗧𝗜𝗍 pressed on, teasing him about the implications of what she wanted to see. Realizing the predicament he was in, Izuku sighed and reluctantly opened his phone, navigating to a folder labeled Special. He asked 𝗧𝗜𝗍 to remain calm when she saw the pictures. As she began scrolling through the images, her expression shifted from curiosity to shock. The photos included various moments with Izuku, Nejiya, and other friends, culminating in a group shot that hinted at a more attmpt gathering. 𝗧𝗜𝗍's glare intensified as she confronted Izuku about his hidden side. He explained that everyone had consented to the pictures and that they were part of a playful revenge scheme orchestrated by the girls. 𝗧𝗜𝗍 smirked, realizing that beneath Izuku's innocent facade lay a more adventurous spirit. She proposed a deal: if he shared what he had with her, she would help him avoid any trouble. Izuku hesitated, preferring to take things slowly, but 𝗧𝗜𝗍 was persuasive. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗲𝗏 intervened, halting the conversation before it could escalate further. She reminded everyone that discussing such topics in school was inappropriate and could lead to serious consequences. Himiko expressed her disappointment at not being able to hear more about Izuku's past experiences, but 𝗵𝗲𝗏 stood firm, emphasizing the importance of maintaining professionalism. Afterward, Izuku finished tidying up after a recent encounter with Shoko. They shared a sweet moment before he headed back to his classroom. Shoko mentioned a playful video idea they had, which made everyone around them smirk in amusement. As Izuku walked through the halls, he was stopped by 𝗧𝗜𝗍, who had just finished some remedial lessons. She playfully teased him, and he couldn't help but smile at her antics. They reminisced about their first encounter, and 𝗧𝗜𝗍 led him to a less frequented restroom, where they found themselves in a stall filled with graffiti. Izuku commented on the state of the school's facilities, and 𝗧𝗜𝗍 shared her thoughts on how the bathrooms had become a sort of sanctuary for students. Their playful banter continued, and as they reminisced, 𝗧𝗜𝗍 began to unbutton her top, leading to a moment of nostalgia for both of them. The atmosphere shifted as they both recalled their past encounters, and the playful tension between them grew. 𝗧𝗜𝗍 playfully pushed Izuku toward the seat, and they shared a moment filled with excitement and anticipation, both aware of the boundaries they were towing. In that moment, they found themselves caught in a whirlwind of emotions, laughter, and the thrill of youthful exploration, navigating the complexities of their feelings for each other amidst the backdrop of their school life. Some of Izuku's classmates were starting to grow suspicious. He stood up and smoothly aligned himself with 𝗧𝗜𝗍's entrance, moving effortlessly. 𝗧𝗜𝗍's figure was striking as she playfully grinned at him. Izuku began to move without hesitation, enjoying the thrill of the moment. 𝗧𝗜𝗍, with her toned physique, always managed to maintain a captivating presence. Their connection was electric, and Izuku found himself particularly drawn to her. As they continued, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 leaned against the stall, her eyes glazing over from the sensations. She encouraged Izuku to lean down, wanting to share a kiss. In a playful mood, she began to unbutton her top, turning toward him with a mischievous smile. Izuku, feeling the heat of the moment, settled down on the stall, his breaths around his ankles, with 𝗧𝗪𝗧's legs on either side of him. He took hold of her hips and moved with determination, making her hold onto his shoulders for support. Their chemistry was undeniable as they shared kisses, their movements creating a rhythm that echoed in the bathroom. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 expressed her enjoyment, her focus entirely on Izuku. He felt a surge of satisfaction and playfully slapped her on the back, eliciting a joyful shriek from her. She teased him about being a naughty girl, and he responded with a confident grin, continuing to move with her, their connection becoming more intense. The sounds of their movements filled the air, creating an atmosphere of excitement. As they reached a peak of exhilaration, Izuku felt a rush of energy, smiling at 𝗧𝗪𝗧. She playfully referred to herself as his milk girl, which made him move with even more fervor. Their shared laughter and playful banter heightened the moment, and they both felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them. Afterward, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 reached for Izuku's phone, unlocking it to reveal a photo from a previous encounter in the same bathroom. She reminisced about the memories it brought back, showing him the picture with a smile. They took a new photo together, both grinning and enjoying the moment. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 playfully nudged him, and they discussed their plans for the day, with Izuku mentioning his promise to help Shoko with a video. As they prepared to leave, Izuku reminded 𝗧𝗪𝗧 to be discreet, knowing they were still on school grounds. He adjusted her clothing before they both cleaned up, sharing a quick kiss before he opened the door. To his surprise, he was met by Yui, who had a knowing look in her eyes. She revealed that she had overheard their conversation in the stall, and the atmosphere shifted as they realized the implications of being caught. Yui expressed her curiosity about Izuku's relationships, teasing him with various names she had for him. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, asked her to wait for 𝗧𝗪𝗧 to finish. He stood outside the bathroom, the silence hanging heavily in the air as they both understood the gravity of their actions. Later, sitting across from Yui in a cafe, Izuku felt nervous. He apologized for the situation, assuring her that everything between him and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 was CNSNS. Yui, surprisingly understanding, admitted she had her suspicions about Itsuka having a boyfriend for some time. The conversation continued, filled with tension but also a sense of camaraderie as they navigated the complexities of their relationships. However, Izuku was surprised to learn that Yui was involved with someone, let alone surrounded by several other women. A waitress approached and served them tea. Once it was on the table, Yui took a calm sip before sharing what she had discovered. She explained that Itsuka had informed her about the dynamics among their group, including Izuku's frustrations with Minetta's behavior towards the girls in their class, his longing for revenge against Bakugu's sister, and the recent events involving his relationships. Yui made it clear that there was no point in pretending any of this was false. She was aware of the incidents that had occurred, including what had transpired in the bathroom that day. Izuku winced at her words but ultimately decided to be honest. He admitted to having made mistakes at school and asked what Yui wanted in return for her silence. Yui looked at him thoughtfully before pulling out her phone to show him a recording she intended to delete. She assured him that she had no intention of blackmailing him, understanding that it would only complicate matters further. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he wouldn't have to worry about someone using his past against him. However, Yui did express that she wanted something in return. Izuku, feeling uneasy, asked what she desired. Yui maintained her neutral expression as she revealed her curiosity about experiencing intimacy with him. The atmosphere fell silent, and the tension was palpable. She explained that since he had been involved with several of their classmates, adding one more person to the mix shouldn't be a big deal. Izuku was taken aback, not by her request but by the fact that she had chosen to voice it in such a public setting. Yui observed his reaction and asked if he had never encountered such a situation before. Izuku pondered how to respond, hesitating before ultimately shaking his head. Yui seemed to expect this answer. She then proposed that they find a more private location for their discussion, rather than continue in a public space. Izuku requested that they refrain from discussing such matters openly, as it felt inappropriate. Understanding his concern, Yui placed her payment for the tea on the table, and they both left. As they walked, Izuku couldn't help but wonder about Yui's motivations. She explained that she wanted to explore intimacy with someone. When he questioned why she wouldn't choose someone she had feelings for, Yui clarified that she preferred to share such an experience with someone she didn't see every day. Izuku then asked why she had chosen him specifically. Yui candidly stated that she trusted him not to take advantage of her and appreciated that he had experience, which made him a suitable choice in her eyes. Izuku felt a sense of joy at her words, realizing that she viewed him favorably. They made their way to a love motel, where Yui appeared a bit tense compared to her usual calm demeanor. He reassured her that they didn't have to go through with it if she wasn't ready, but Yui insisted that she wanted to proceed. She expressed that losing her virginity didn't have to be a significant event, just something she needed to get over. As they approached the entrance, Yui accidentally bumped her face against the door, prompting Izuku to rush to her side, concerned. She assured him she was fine, though he could see her nervousness. They entered the motel, where the attendant greeted them and they requested a room for 3 hours. After Izuku paid, they received a key and headed down the hall to their room, which was modestly sized and equipped with a shower and a queen-sized bed. Yui asked if she should shower first, and Izuku, sensing her anxiety, encouraged her not to feel pressured. However, Yui, feeling frustrated, questioned why he seemed reluctant to engage with her when he had been with others. Izuku realized that her insecurities were surfacing, prompting him to understand her feelings better. Compared to everyone else, they simply referred to her as plain 𝗧𝗏. Simple 𝗧𝗏. Emotionless 𝗧𝗏. Yui disliked being neutral, yet she found it challenging to express her emotions without appearing overly dramatic. In a moment of frustration, she revealed her basic light blue BR and angrily dropped her skirt. She felt overwhelmed as she expressed her frustration about not wanting to stand out in a crowd. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked down at herself, feeling that no one saw her as anything more than a simple person. Deep down, she longed to be more outgoing, but others often discouraged her, making her feel constrained even at school. Before she could finish her thoughts, Izuku embraced Yui, resting her head on his shoulder. He felt remorseful for not understanding her feelings sooner. He had assumed she was acting that way for no particular reason, and he reassured her that she didn't need to be so direct with him if she wanted to be more outgoing. Yui clung to him tightly, but the moment felt complicated for Izuku, who noticed the tension between them. He apologized, acknowledging her attractiveness, but Yui insisted that it wasn't necessary to make it a big deal. She urged him to just relax. Understanding that it could lead to complications if he argued, Izuku began to remove his shirt and breathes. As he did, Yui realized the reality of the situation and felt a mix of surprise and curiosity about what she was witnessing. Izuku, feeling a bit awkward, suggested they could make things easier for her. He proposed that he could help her feel comfortable. Yui contemplated his suggestion, realizing that it might not be entirely fair if only one of them experienced pleasure. Izuku reassured her that he was okay with her feelings. After a moment of hesitation, Yui decided to take charge and playfully pushed Izuku back onto the bed, surprising him. She had seen something online that intrigued her and thought it might be something he would enjoy. Yui glanced at Izuku, contemplating how to approach the situation. She thought to herself that perhaps starting with gentle touches would be best. She began to caress him, her hand moving from the base to the tip and back down again. Her fingers struggled to fully encompass him, so she decided to use her other hand as well, trying to provide a more complete touch. As she focused on her task, she leaned down, curious about the taste of lavender tea that lingered in the air. Meanwhile, Izuku shifted slightly, his gaze drawn to Yui. He noticed her well-kept appearance, the vibrant pink of her skin contrasting beautifully with the surroundings. It was clear to him that she took great care of herself. Yui felt a mix of pleasure and intoxication as she nodded in response to Izuku's concern. He assured her that he would stop if she needed him to. As he began to move, There was a connection between them that elicited a soft sound from Yui. Lost in her thoughts, she felt a blend of frustration and delight, as if her body craved something more intense. Her body instinctively responded, drawing Izuku closer while he smiled down at her. She encouraged him to be a little more assertive, and he agreed, promising to halt whenever she wished. As their rhythm quickened, Yui's initial frustration faded, replaced by a deeper sense of pleasure. The sounds of their movements filled the air, and she struggled to maintain her usual calm demeanor, her expression shifting to one of longing. Confused by her feelings, she clung to Izuku, moving her hips to amplify the sensations coursing through her. Izuku could feel her longing, and it drove him to push further, feeling the intensity of their connection. Yui, breathless and eager, expressed her wish to continue feeling this way. In the heat of the moment, she kissed him passionately, momentarily distracting him from his own rising emotions. Yet, as she pulled away, her gaze was filled with yearning, and she expressed her longing for him to give in to his feelings completely. In that moment, Izuku surrendered to the connection they shared, and Yui experienced a wave of joy that left her breathless. Hours later, as they exited the hotel, both appeared surprisingly composed given the events that had transpired. Yui looked into Izuku's eyes, her expression still neutral, and questioned whether he had any regrets about their encounter. He admitted that he didn't, and he anticipated more experiences like this in the future. Yui, uncertain, confessed that she didn't dislike what had happened and hoped it wouldn't end soon. She took his arm, gazing at him earnestly, and expressed her willingness to continue their relationship as one of his partners. Izuku had expected this response and confirmed that he would be her boyfriend from that moment on. Yui's face lit up with genuine happiness, and she reciprocated his commitment. The scene shifted to Izuku waking up in his room, dressed casually alongside some of his girlfriends, Mina and Toru, who were still asleep. He sighed, feeling optimistic about the day ahead. Meanwhile, Kaina, observing from above, felt a sense of joy knowing her new objective was resting peacefully. She decided to join them, hopping down from her perch and greeting Izuku, who smiled back at her. Kaina reminded him that she didn't sleep while on guard duty, but he encouraged her to rest during the day to avoid exhaustion. She playfully suggested that she would be fine if she shared his bed, teasing him as she left the room to explore. As she exited, she encountered Bakugo and Todoroki, who were bickering over breakfast preparations. Kaina interjected to help, flipping a pancake that was about to burn. She offered advice on cooking, and Bakugo expressed his appreciation for her assistance. They shared a light moment over coffee, with Kaina complimenting the brew. Their conversation took a turn when Kaina jokingly referenced Izuku's relationship with Katsumi, which caused Bakugo to react strongly. Todoroki, curious, asked about his sister's interactions with Izuku, which only fueled Bakugo's irritation. Their playful argument continued until the smoke alarm blared, reminding them that they had forgotten about the food on the stove. They continued to argue until Kaina turned off the stove and brought the burnt pancake to the sink, dousing it in water to eliminate the lingering smell. The two kept bickering, making little progress, and Kaina felt the urge to leave the kitchen. She thought to herself that they bickered like children, but it was amusing to watch. A few hours later, after Izuku left for his classes, Kaina decided to head to the gym. She lifted a barbell that weighed twice her own as she performed squats, with Himiko watching her closely. Himiko asked how much Kaina could lift under normal circumstances. Kaina sighed and replied that she could lift nearly 3 times her weight at once. As Kaina continued her representatives, Himiko asked how she managed to stay in shape during her time in prison. Kaina explained that she had plenty of time and few options. Himiko then inquired if Kaina had any interesting stories about her time in prison. Kaina paused, surprised by the question, and remarked that it was unexpected for someone to ask about such a sensitive topic. Curious, Himiko pressed further, asking if anything had happened to Kaina during her time there. Kaina set the barbell down and explained that no one would dare to cross her. She had a way of showing her strength to deter others from bothering her. Kaina playfully fashioned a piece of her hair into a shape resembling a shank, sharing that she had never been targeted since a certain incident with a man who had learned his lesson the hard way. Himiko found Kaina's dark humor entertaining and expressed her admiration for her boldness. Kaina then shifted the conversation, asking 𝗵𝗃𝗄 about her feelings for Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 confessed that she liked him, but also had feelings for Okako and Tsuyu, and was exploring connections with other girls as well. Kaina suggested that while she needed to keep an eye on 𝗵𝗃𝗄 during the day, they could still have some fun together. She leaned closer, teasingly inviting 𝗵𝗃𝗄 to join her in some playful activities. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 responded with enthusiasm, and Kaina, feeling a rush of excitement, suggested they take their fun to the next level. As they moved closer, Kaina playfully teased 𝗵𝗃𝗄 about her intentions. The atmosphere grew charged with energy, and they both found themselves caught up in the moment, sharing a kiss that ignited their playful spirits. Kaina then suggested they move to the bathroom for more privacy. Once inside, they both stepped down and entered the shower area. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 playfully commented on Kaina's appearance, making a light-hearted remark about her size. Kaina, slightly offended but amused, noted that 𝗵𝗃𝗄's playful nature was refreshing. As they continued to explore each other's bodies, Kaina turned on the shower to mask any sounds, creating a more attmpt atmosphere. With the warm water cascading down, they engaged in playful teasing and exploration, enjoying each other's company. Kaina felt a rush of excitement as they shared this moment, both of them laughing and enjoying the warmth of the water and each other's presence. The playful banter continued as they embraced the fun of their friendship, creating a bond that was both light-hearted and meaningful. Kaina continued to engage with 𝗵𝗃𝗄, her movements eliciting a wave of pleasure that caused 𝗵𝗃𝗄 to lose herself in the moment. As she regained her composure, Kaina smirked, savoring the aftermath of their encounter. Suddenly, she felt a surprising sensation as 𝗵𝗃𝗄 playfully inserted her hand, expressing her longing to reciprocate the joy they shared. The intensity of the moment made Kaina clench her fists, her body teetering on the edge of another CLMX. Eventually, she let go, overwhelmed by the experience. Once they finished, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 playfully teased Kaina about her taste, and Kaina responded with a light-hearted challenge, suggesting they explore a new toy she had in mind. Excited by the prospect, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 eagerly inquired about it, and Kaina explained that it was a unique double-sided insertion. The two shared a moment of anticipation, ready to explore new experiences together. Later that afternoon, Izuku returned home to find Kaina comfortably seated in his chair, engrossed in a book, while Toga rested on his bed. Confused, he asked Kaina about their day. She casually explained that they had enjoyed some fun together, reassuring him that it hadn't caused any trouble. Kaina then approached Izuku, playfully suggesting that she still had some energy left to share, hinting at the possibility of inviting another partner into their evening. Izuku smiled back, indicating he would check with Nejiya first, confident she would be open to the idea. Kaina playfully mentioned that there were certain desires only he could fulfill, teasing him as she moved to get dressed. Noticing some marks on her, Izuku inquired about them, to which Kaina responded with a playful taunt, making him chuckle. She encouraged him to get ready, hinting at the fun they could have later. Meanwhile, Izuku was adjusting to his life, brushing his teeth and feeling a sense of normalcy. In another part of the house, Toru and Tsuyu were engaged in a lively discussion about ways to stmlt Izuku further. Their banter continued until Izuku interrupted, suggesting they witness one of his meetings with Shoko, which sparked their imaginations. Just then, Izuku's phone rang with an unexpected ringtone, catching everyone's attention. Toru curiously asked about it, and Izuku admitted he didn't even know it was set that way. As he checked his messages, he found one from Midnight, summoning him to her office for a task related to his training as a hero. Surprised yet intrigued, he prepared himself for the assignment, wondering what it would entail. Later, as he entered Midnight's office, he was greeted with a warm atmosphere and a pot of tea. Midnight expressed her relief at his arrival, and Izuku settled in, curious about the task ahead. She revealed that Shoko was busy with another assignment, leaving Izuku to handle something on his own. Midnight then asked if he remembered a woman he had helped during his first year, specifically one with a unique quirk resembling a blue fox. As Izuku recalled the chaos of that time, he remembered assisting a woman who had been wrongly accused, setting the stage for the next chapter of his journey. The main reason she decided to leave her previous location was the growing danger that made it impossible to stay. She expressed her regret for not knowing the name of the person she was speaking to, acknowledging it might come off as rude. The other person, who had spent time in the ICU after the 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 incident, understood the situation and noted that much of the backlash had fallen on her and the professionals involved. However, they recognized her hard work in earning the title of hero and mentioned that many people, both civilians and others, owed her a great deal. One individual had reached out to offer assistance, which led to the current assignment. Midnight then opened the door, revealing a tall woman dressed in jeans and a button-up shirt. Her blonde hair was tied back with a red band, and her features resembled a fox, with light blue fur and white patches. Despite her animalistic traits, she had a well-developed human appearance and wore a bashful expression. Midnight introduced the woman to Midoriya, who greeted her warmly. The woman, 𝗵𝗃, shyly introduced herself, indicating her unease. Midnight reassured 𝗵𝗃 that there was no shame in seeking help, as many heroes dealt with similar issues. She encouraged 𝗵𝗃 to share her story, hoping it would make her feel more comfortable. 𝗵𝗃 began to recount her experiences, explaining that she had always been taller than her peers, which made her feel out of place. As she grew, even adults began to perceive her as an adult, which intensified her feelings of isolation. Midnight acknowledged that such feelings were common for someone with a noticeable stature and emphasized the importance of self-acceptance. 𝗵𝗃 admitted that her dating experiences had been challenging, as many potential partners were intimidated by her height. She expressed frustration over her romantic encounters, revealing that while some relationships were positive, they often fell short in physical intimacy. Midnight gently probed deeper, and 𝗵𝗃 hesitantly shared her struggles with attraction and fulfillment. She felt drawn to smaller individuals but found it difficult to connect on a deeper level. Midnight listened intently, piecing together 𝗵𝗃's feelings of insecurity and the need for a partner who could meet her physical and emotional needs. As the conversation progressed, 𝗵𝗃 revealed her age and the number of partners she had experienced. Midnight asked about her first encounter, and 𝗵𝗃 shared that it had been during her second year of high school, with someone who understood her size difference. Midnight nodded, recognizing the complexity of 𝗵𝗃's situation and the need for a partner who could bridge the gap between their physical differences. Finally, Midnight mentioned that Midoriya possessed a unique quirk that might be suitable for 𝗵𝗃's needs. 𝗵𝗃, initially hesitant, expressed her longing to continue the conversation, revealing her willingness to explore the possibilities ahead. Izuku felt a bit uncertain as he approached 𝗵𝗃, gently taking her hand. She opened her eyes to see him smiling at her, which eased her nerves. He reassured her that his main goal was to make her happy and asked what he could do to make her feel more comfortable. 𝗵𝗃 hesitated for a moment before expressing her fondness for affectionate gestures, like kissing. Izuku agreed, but he reminded her that their interaction would still need to maintain a certain boundary. 𝗵𝗃 nodded in understanding. With that, Izuku leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. The soft fur around her mouth tickled him, and as 𝗵𝗃 began to relax, she held his face gently. Their kiss deepened, and 𝗵𝗃 felt a warmth spreading through her as they shared a moment of connection. When they finally pulled apart, a few strands of saliva lingered between them, and 𝗵𝗃's cheeks flushed with color. She nodded when Izuku asked if she wanted to continue on the bed. Rising to her feet, 𝗵𝗃 removed her shirt and folded it neatly. She then unzipped her breathes and slipped them off, revealing a matching black thong. Sitting on the bed, she felt a bit shy and asked if she could undress him. Izuku agreed, stepping closer so they were eye to eye. As she unbuttoned his shirt, she noticed the scars on his arms, remnants of his past struggles, which made her feel a mix of concern and admiration. 𝗵𝗃 unbuckled his breathes, pulling them down to reveal his boxers. To her surprise, she noticed him becoming aroused, which caught her off guard. Izuku admitted that he had once felt insecure about his body. 𝗵𝗃 felt a thrill at the sight, leaning closer to explore this newfound excitement. As she kissed him, Izuku felt a wave of pleasure wash over him. 𝗵𝗃's enthusiasm and eagerness filled the air, and she continued to explore, drawing closer to him. The connection between them deepened, and they shared tender moments that spoke of more than just physical attraction. As they continued to embrace, 𝗵𝗃 felt a rush of emotions, her body responding to Izuku's gentle touch. She surrendered to the sensations, feeling a sense of fulfillment and warmth. Izuku, noticing her reaction, smiled at her with kindness, asking if she was enjoying their time together. 𝗵𝗃 nodded, her heart racing with excitement. With a shared understanding, they moved closer, their bond growing stronger. 𝗵𝗃 felt a sense of joy and affection, realizing how much she cherished this connection with Izuku. It was a moment filled with tenderness and mutual respect as they navigated their feelings for one another, creating a memorable experience that would linger in their hearts. Izuku felt the intensity of the moment as 𝗵𝗃's movements quickened, her body responding to him with a fervor that made it clear she was fully engaged. In a final surge, Izuku held her hips firmly, feeling the connection between them deepen. 𝗵𝗃 arched her back, letting out a cry of exhilaration, overwhelmed by the rush of emotions. As the moment passed, she collapsed onto the bed, barely conscious, with Izuku nestled beneath her. She expressed her gratitude, her words a mix of admiration and affection. A few hours later, after a quick shower in Midnight's office, 𝗵𝗃 sat at the table, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She curled up, reflecting on her earlier actions. She apologized sincerely, expressing her regret for how things had unfolded. Izuku, wanting to comfort her, reassured 𝗵𝗃 that he didn't hold it against her. He admitted that it had been a long time since he had felt such a comforting connection with someone, and her enjoyment of the moment only made it better. 𝗵𝗃 blushed at his words, hiding her face in her knees. She hesitantly asked if he would be willing to share that experience with her again if she requested it. Midnight, interjecting with a playful smile, reminded them that any such interactions would need to be approached with professionalism, suggesting that they could navigate it as part of their roles as heroes. Izuku felt a bit uneasy about the implications but settled back in his chair, suspecting that Midnight might be trying to encourage him to form deeper connections. The scene shifted to Shoko's room, where her alarm rang, prompting her to wake up. She stretched, her bare skin exposed, and took a moment to prepare for the day ahead. After making her bed, she slipped on one of Izuku's t-shirts for comfort before stepping out of her room. Momo greeted her cheerfully, and Shoko returned the smile, reminding Momo to call her by her first name, as they had shared many experiences together. Momo warned Shoko that she might be a bit noisy later in the day, suggesting that if Shoko needed quiet, she should plan accordingly. Shoko appreciated the heads-up and promised to return the favor if needed. After their brief exchange, Shoko headed to the common area to shower and get ready. Once she finished, she emerged with a bright smile, only to encounter her brother, Todoroki, who seemed a bit reserved. She greeted him warmly and inquired about his sleep, encouraging him to open up more. Todoroki, though hesitant, mentioned that he had something on his mind. After some awkwardness, he confessed that he had seen some of her videos on a certain website. Shoko's expression shifted from cheerful to serious as he continued, asking about the nature of her content. She quickly interrupted, feeling uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. She made it clear that it was inappropriate for him to watch her in that context and emphasized the importance of respecting boundaries. Shoko explained that while she had her own preferences, she was not obligated to share her personal life with anyone, especially not her brother. She insisted they should never discuss such topics again. Todoroki apologized, acknowledging her right to express herself, but Shoko reassured him that she would do her best to prevent similar situations in the future. As she moved into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, she sang a playful tune to herself, bringing a light-hearted atmosphere to the morning. Bakugo entered the kitchen, grumbling about her singing, but Shoko brushed it off, teasing him about his demeanor. Bakugo, in his usual fashion, chose not to engage further, focusing instead on making his tea. Later that afternoon, after school, Shoko walked out of her class. Despite being placed in a general curriculum, she was determined to continue her training as a hero. She spent her afternoons with Midnight, learning about hero lore and honing her self-defense skills. Although she rarely faced combat, she understood the importance of being prepared. As she made her way back to the dorms, she checked the time, realizing she had about an hour before she needed to record her next video. That gave her plenty of time to grab a snack, set up her room, and choose a stylish outfit to wear. She pondered whether she should ask Izuku for help with selecting her clothes. As she walked into the dorms, she found Izuku assisting Eri with her homework. Eri looked up and greeted Shoko with a blank expression, commenting that she resembled a candy cane. Himiko then appeared from above, surprising Izuku as she swung down to join them. Curious about her unusual position, Izuku asked why she was up there. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 explained that she wanted to hang out with Kaina. She began to swing around playfully, humming to herself, but soon lost her balance and fell to the floor with a soft thud. Everyone winced at the sight, but 𝗵𝗃𝗄 quickly gave a thumbs up, assuring them she was fine. As the usual chaos resumed in the common area, Shoko leaned down and gave Izuku a gentle kiss. She mentioned that she had a task to complete but would be free afterward if he wanted to cook dinner together. Izuku agreed, noting that he was looking after Eri until Mr. Aizawa returned. Shoko smiled and headed to the kitchen to grab a snack. After finishing, she disposed of her trash properly and made her way upstairs to her room. Once there, she prepared a camera to capture her on the bed. She placed a decorative item on the side of the bed and dressed in a stylish light blue lace set, feeling confident and ready for the evening ahead. Shoko had always been confident in her appearance, especially with her quirk enhancing her figure. When she was ready, she knelt on the bed and turned on her camera to greet her viewers. She expressed her delight at seeing everyone again, noticing the chat room quickly filling with enthusiastic comments. She playfully acknowledged their admiration, teasing them about her latest creation. With a mischievous smile, she picked up a prop from the side, showcasing it to the camera. She remarked that while it was impressive, her partner could certainly provide a more fulfilling experience. Her playful banter elicited excitement from her audience, who eagerly requested to see more of her and Izuku together. Shoko reminded her viewers that it was impolite to pressure someone into revealing everything, especially someone who had already shared so much. She playfully interacted with the prop, making it seem like a delightful treat. To enhance the presentation, she applied a bit of oil, adding an extra layer of allure to her performance. As her audience grew more captivated, she playfully asked what they wanted to see her do next, reading their enthusiastic suggestions from her laptop. With a teasing tone, she acknowledged their excitement, enjoying the playful interaction with her fans. The audience was given a full view of her figure. To heighten the anticipation, she playfully adjusted her attire, drawing attention to herself. This action allowed her to captivate the crowd even more as she turned around to present her form. The audience had now quadrupled in size since she began, eagerly watching as she showcased her movements in front of the camera. Shoko applied some oil to her cheeks, rubbing it in carefully. Once she finished, she playfully tapped her backside, ensuring the camera captured the moment before she slowly began to remove the fabric. The audience watched eagerly as she lowered her panties to her knees, gracefully extending her legs. Afterward, she knelt back on the bed, her back to the camera, and spread her legs apart, revealing her lower half. With a teasing smile, she prepared for the moment everyone had been waiting for. Shoko picked up a large prop and some lubricant, readying herself as she began to take it in gradually, inch by inch, fully immersing herself in the experience. Shoko turned to face the camera, showcasing the right side of her face with a captivating expression. She moved her hips upward, allowing the object to glide over her entrance. Gradually, she pushed it back down, giving everyone a clear view of her form. To heighten the experience, she began to express her enjoyment, her voice enticing as she described the sensations she felt. The excitement in her tone drew more comments from her chat room as she picked up her pace. The creaking of her bed echoed as she continued, her body responding to the rhythm. Her breaths quickened, and the atmosphere grew charged with anticipation. After several moments, Shoko paused and turned to present her front half, her expression reflecting pure bliss. She resumed her movements, and the energy in the room intensified. The viewers were captivated, their comments flooding in as the excitement built. As she approached a peak, her voice rose, filled with exhilaration, while her hand moved to enhance her sensations. The audience was enthralled, watching as she embraced the moment, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. She reclined on her elbows to calm herself before slowly removing the object and positioning it between her legs to emphasize its size, along with some of the fake substance bubbling out. Shoko turned her back to the camera and began to spread her cheeks apart. In her movements, some of the fake substance slipped out, trickling down before dripping onto the floor. She expressed her hope that everyone enjoyed the show and invited her viewers to follow her and share their ideas, eager to please them in return. Shoko playfully blew a kiss at the camera before shutting it off with a smile. Hearing a knock at the door, The dual-haired woman quickly grabbed a pink nightgown to cover herself before opening the door to a surprised Momo. Momo inquired if what Shoko had been doing was a form of self-pleasure. Shoko explained that, in simple terms, she created adult videos as part of her R-rated hero training. Remembering she had one last task, she turned to her computer. She realized she needed to send the video link to Ms. Midnight for grading. As she leaned down to do so, Momo caught a glimpse of Shoko's enhanced figure, which was noticeably larger than her own. Trying to avoid staring, Momo asked if Shoko had expanded her body for the occasion. Shoko confirmed this and, noticing Momo's gaze, decided to tease her a little. She lifted her nightgown slightly to reveal more of her figure, causing Momo to blush and look away. Shoko mentioned that her viewers weren't exclusively male, as she had many female fans who enjoyed watching her interact with other women. Momo quickly objected, stating that while she wouldn't mind being NTMT with Shoko, she was uncomfortable with the idea of others watching for their own enjoyment. Shoko reassured her that she was only teasing and began to return her body to its normal size. She emphasized that only their group enjoyed this side of her. As Shoko approached Momo, their faces were close, but she pulled back with a smile, suggesting they should end the conversation there to avoid being overheard by anyone nearby. Momo agreed and left the room, allowing Shoko to change. As she did, Shoko reflected on the feel of Momo's figure, smiling to herself and acknowledging why so many were drawn to her. Meanwhile, Izuku had just completed his training for the hero course, facing some challenges. He and his classmates had engaged in combat training, which would have been manageable if he hadn't faced Bakugo. Although they had no personal issues, Bakugo went all out against Izuku, resulting in a fierce battle that nearly required Recovery Girl's assistance. Fortunately, Izuku's quirk, Danger Sense, helped him avoid serious injury, though Bakugo and his gear were not as fortunate. Consequently, Izuku needed to visit the support course to see if they could repair his suit. Approaching the door, Izuku examined the damage to his suit and sighed, wondering why Bakugo had to be so intense. He knocked gently but received no response. After knocking again, still with no answer, he concluded that Mai might not be in. As he opened the door, it unexpectedly blew off its hinges, sending him backward. Mai emerged from the room, looking flustered. She brushed off some soot from her body and noticed something hard against her lower half. Izuku greeted her, and Mai, without hesitation, offered to help him with whatever he needed, suggesting something more adventurous. He sighed deeply, asking her to let him up so they could talk inside. Once inside, Izuku reattached the door, realizing how sturdy it was. He inquired about the cause of the earlier explosion. Mai explained that she was working on a new invention that had some issues, expressing her frustration but maintaining a positive attitude. Izuku clarified that he was there to discuss the damage to his suit and hoped she had the materials to repair it. Mai assessed the suit and smiled, assuring him that it wouldn't be a problem and that she could have it ready before dinner. Izuku felt relieved but then noticed Mai's playful demeanor and the implications of her earlier comments. She assured him that no one was around, and they could focus on the task at hand. It was just the two of them. Mai smiled before settling onto Izuku's lap. She playfully challenged him, asking if he would break her streak of frustration or find excuses to avoid it. Izuku returned her smile, reflecting on how they had arrived at this moment several months prior. About half a year earlier, Izuku had been in the support course, assisting Mai with one of her many inventions. However, he noticed that Mai seemed increasingly frustrated. She was focused on her work, assuring him that she was just putting the final touches on her latest creation. With a flourish, she revealed a futuristic-looking gauntlet, calling it the Energy Gauntlet. She explained how it would transform his quirk's power into energy blasts by converting kinetic energy into a tangible form, allowing him to reach new heights. While the concept sounded promising, Izuku couldn't shake his doubts. He hesitantly asked if it would explode. Mai laughed off his concerns, stating that failure was part of the creative process. Just then, as she activated the gauntlet, a bright glow erupted, followed by a loud explosion that left them both covered in soot. Mai, unfazed, laughed and remarked that the journey to success was paved with failures. However, Izuku noticed a tick mark on her head, indicating her rising irritation. She suddenly burst out, expressing her frustration over not having succeeded in any of her inventions that month. She vented her anger by kicking a piece of the damaged gauntlet across the room, lamenting the numerous failed attempts she had made. Izuku tried to calm her down, suggesting that perhaps she was simply burned out and needed a break. Mai vehemently disagreed, insisting that she had never experienced such a slump before. Just then, Izuku received a message from Manetta, which contained an inappropriate picture of Okako. Mai raised an eyebrow at the image, and Izuku felt compelled to explain the situation, detailing how Mineta had been using dirt on their classmates to manipulate them. Mai listened intently, her expression remaining calm and blank, which made Izuku uneasy. When he asked if she was okay, she assured him she was fine but needed to retrieve something. She moved to a pile of her inventions and returned with a large laser, declaring her intention to deal with Mineta in a dramatic fashion. Izuku, alarmed, urged her to reconsider, trying to reason with her that it wasn't worth the trouble. Mai, however, had her own plan. She explained that rather than seeking revenge, she wanted to create her own path and help the girls who were being manipulated. She wanted to foster genuine relationships rather than follow the same pattern Mineta had established. After a moment of contemplation, Mai had an idea and pulled Izuku into a small room within the workshop. It was a cozy space with a bed that students sometimes used during late-night projects. Mai had decorated it to her liking, making it inviting. She instructed Izuku to sit on the bed, and as he did, she proposed a deal. If he helped her blow off some steam, she would assist him in gaining confidence. Izuku was taken aback by her boldness and questioned her reasoning. Mai explained that she wanted to see Mineta face consequences for his actions. As she began to remove her shirt, Izuku was left speechless, trying to process the unexpected turn of events. Mai explained her preference for comfort while working, and after a moment of hesitation, Izuku decided to join her in her unconventional plan. The atmosphere shifted as they both embraced the moment, ready to take on the challenges ahead together. Her tongue moved from the base to the tip, playfully teasing as she shook her head side to side. Mai then opened her mouth, attempting to take him deeper but struggled, pulling back and coughing slightly. Izuku, noticing her discomfort, tried to reassure her, suggesting that she didn't have to push herself if she wasn't comfortable. He acknowledged that not everyone could manage it on the first attempt. Inspired by the moment, Mai had a different idea. She decided to use her hands, pressing her chest against him while moving up and down. To enhance the experience, she playfully ran her tongue around the tip, letting her saliva create a slick coating. Izuku felt a rush of pleasure, his body responding instinctively as he began to move his hips upward, seeking more connection. As the intensity grew, he warned her that he was nearing his limit. The rhythm quickened, and he held her head gently, feeling the moment build until he reached his peak. Afterward, he leaned back, letting out a sigh of relief, apologizing if it had been overwhelming for her. Mai, recovering, suggested he simply call her by her name. With a smile, she playfully adjusted her clothing, teasing him to see what he could do next. She positioned herself, slowly lowering herself onto him, feeling the sensation spread through her. The warmth enveloped her, and she began to move, lost in the moment. Izuku, feeling the tightness, commented on how snug she was, prompting her to remind him to use her name. With a sudden burst of energy, she fully descended, causing a wave of sensation that momentarily overwhelmed her senses. As they continued, Izuku felt himself losing control, and he expressed his urgency. Mai, however, was determined, insisting on a shared experience. The pace quickened, and with one final move, he reached his 𝗬𝗪𝗧, leaving them both in a blissful state. Afterward, Mai leaned against him, catching her breath and joking about the mess they had made. A sudden realization struck her, and she excitedly declared that she understood why her thoughts had been so clouded. She quickly dressed, thanking Izuku for his help and leaving him in a state of confusion. Later, Izuku found himself reminiscing about their unique relationship, pondering how their encounters often coincided with her moments of stress. He questioned the nature of their connection, especially when Mai playfully challenged him about his feelings. As they walked through the streets, Izuku and Midnight discussed their mission. He was curious about their purpose, and she explained that they were going to assist someone she worked with. She asked him what he knew about vigilantes, and he shared his understanding of their role in society, noting how they had once been common before the rise of professional heroes. Midnight elaborated on the challenges vigilantes faced, highlighting that their work was often more difficult than that of heroes due to the lack of support and the need for secrecy. Izuku listened intently, intrigued by the complexities of their world. Izuku was aware of the recent incident involving the hero killer. He hesitated before asking a straightforward question about the fight. The response he received indicated that there was more to the story than he realized. It was clear that while his friends had been fortunate, the group they were dealing with could be dangerous. Some heroes occasionally collaborated with vigilantes, forming a mutual agreement where both parties benefited. Heroes received information, and vigilantes kept their identities secret. As Izuku processed this information, he understood its importance. Heroes would work with vigilantes to gain insights from the streets, allowing them to see things from a different perspective. This collaboration was essential for staying informed about what was happening in the world. Midnight explained that not every hero was willing to partner with vigilantes. She used All Might as an example, noting that while he didn't openly oppose vigilantes, he was unlikely to work with them. In contrast, a pro like Aizawa, who preferred to stay under the radar, would be more open to such alliances. Izuku learned that they were about to meet a vigilante for information. Midnight had previously worked with a vigilante who had been affected by a villain's quirk, which had caused her significant distress. The quirk had dramatically increased her body's responses, making it difficult for her to function normally. Midnight felt a sense of responsibility for the situation, as she had asked the vigilante to investigate the villain. When they arrived at the apartment, Midnight knocked on the door and announced their presence. After a moment, the door opened to reveal a girl with pink hair tied in pigtails, wearing a large shirt and baggy sweatpants. She wore thick glasses that accentuated her features. Midnight introduced her as Kazuho Haneyama, the colleague she had mentioned, and introduced Izuku as her student who was there to assist. Kazuho expressed her frustration about her current situation, explaining how she was unable to leave her apartment or even dress properly. Midnight informed Kazuho that Izuku was there to help her. Kazuho acknowledged that she was aware of the situation but felt overwhelmed. Midnight asked Izuku if he had heard of the vigilante 𝗵𝘃𝗲, to which he confirmed that he had. He described her as a performer with a quirk related to jumping or landing. Kazuho confirmed his observations, revealing that she was indeed 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Izuku was taken aback by the revelation, struggling to reconcile her appearance with what he knew of the vigilante. Kazuho explained that she didn't want to involve her boyfriend in her current predicament, as he was out of town trying to secure a job. She felt guilty about asking for help, especially since he was working hard for their future. Midnight reassured her that Izuku was capable of assisting her with her struggles. Kazuho expressed her concerns about the nature of the help she needed, wanting to keep her boyfriend unaware of the situation. Midnight acknowledged her concerns and suggested a different approach that would not involve traditional intimacy. Izuku hesitated, feeling uncomfortable with the idea, but ultimately agreed if Kazuho was okay with it. As Midnight prepared to leave, she reminded Izuku to ensure Kazuho was treated well, emphasizing that the focus should be on her well-being. Once alone, Izuku reflected on his past experiences with a former pro-hero, which had left Kazuho surprised and curious about his history. Kazuho's expression shifted as she processed the implications of what she was getting into. She expressed her desperation, revealing the extent of her struggles and the urgency of her situation. It was clear that she was in need of help, and Izuku was determined to assist her in any way he could. Kazuho had gone through a lot to get Midnight to pull the strings she did, and now she was determined to confront Izuku. She felt a surge of anger as she declared her intentions, but Izuku interrupted her by slamming his hand on the table in front of her, causing her to jump slightly. He warned her not to disrespect his girlfriends, or she would regret it. Izuku then suggested they engage in some 𝗵𝘃𝗲𝗄, and Kazuho reluctantly agreed to kneel down, bringing her face closer to him. As she began to explore, she was surprised by the unusual taste, prompting her to question why it tasted like plums. Izuku explained that it was a side effect of his quirk, which made everyone taste something they liked. Kazuho continued, finding the taste surprisingly pleasant. As she became more immersed in the moment, She felt a strange sense of rightness, even as her thoughts wandered. She was aware of her own actions, but the sensations were overwhelming. When she reached her limits, she pulled back and decided it was time to move on. She stood up, revealing that she wasn't wearing any underwear, and expressed her frustration at the situation. Kazuho leaned over the sofa, urging Izuku to take action. He approached her, preparing for what was to come, and suggested using some lubricant to make things easier. After applying it, he gently eased into her, both of them feeling the intensity of the moment. As they moved together, Kazuho struggled with the sensations, her mind racing. She tried to focus on her own boyfriend to keep herself grounded, but the overwhelming feelings made it difficult. The sounds of their movements filled the room, and Kazuho found herself lost in the experience, her emotions spilling over. Eventually, they both reached their limits, and Kazuho collapsed onto the sofa, unable to hold herself up. Izuku checked on her, and she acknowledged the intensity of what had just happened. They shared a moment of realization about the experience, and Kazuho expressed her gratitude for his help. After some time, Kazuho woke up on the couch, trying to piece together what had occurred. Izuku explained that she had passed out after the overwhelming experience. He had prepared a snack for her, and they sat together, discussing what had happened. Kazuho felt a mix of emotions, acknowledging the complexity of their encounter while also setting clear boundaries for the future. This secret will remain between us. If it somehow reaches my boyfriend, there will be serious consequences. Izuku felt a shiver run through her as an awkward silence enveloped the room. The tension broke when Kazuho cleared her throat, ready to speak. She expressed her gratitude for Izuku's willingness to follow her guidance, admitting that she felt guilty for asking something of someone she barely knew. Izuku maintained a smile, explaining that she was simply doing what a responsible hero should do, helping others in difficult situations. They sat together for a few more minutes, basking in the warmth of their shared experience. Half a year earlier, Fuyumi sat outside a cafe, scrolling through her phone with a glazed expression as she viewed countless pictures. The frustration was palpable as she grappled with the modern dilemma of dating apps and the struggle to find a match. With fewer people engaging in face-to-face interactions, dating had become a challenge, often resembling a popularity contest where only those with the best photos or the most intriguing lives received attention. Fuyumi found herself in the latter category, feeling overlooked despite her efforts to present herself positively. She sighed in frustration, questioning the purpose of the app if it wasn't helping her connect with anyone. Despite her attempts to create an appealing profile, she felt her photos reflected her limited social interactions outside of work and home. She pondered whether to change her appearance to attract more attention but quickly dismissed the idea, fearing it would attract the wrong kind of interest. Just as she was about to give up, a notification pinged on her phone, sparking a glimmer of hope. However, that hope faded when she realized it was a message from her father, informing her that he would be working late and wouldn't need dinner. Fuyumi nearly slammed her phone down in frustration, drawing the attention of those around her. Embarrassed, she paid for her meal and left the cafe, pinching the bridge of her nose as she walked down the street, lamenting the challenges of modern dating. As she walked, Fuyumi overheard a conversation that caught her attention. A group of 3 young adults was approaching, and one of them had messy green hair that seemed familiar. Another was a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her youngest brother, Shoto. Fuyumi found herself captivated by the group, so much so that she failed to notice a sign in her path and stumbled over it. A boy from the group rushed over, concerned for her well-being. Fuyumi assured him she was fine, brushing off the dust from her fall and apologizing for the scare. The boy noticed her phone on the ground and picked it up, asking if it belonged to her. She confirmed it was hers, relieved to see it was undamaged. As she reached for it, a notification from the dating app caught their attention, prompting her to quickly snatch the phone back, feeling embarrassed. The boy recognized the app and commented on its declining popularity, explaining that many preferred newer options. Fuyumi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she listened to him. She admitted she was searching for a potential husband, which elicited a teasing remark from one of the girls in the group. Fuyumi was taken aback by the girl's appearance, realizing she had a hickey, which she tried to cover up. The boy introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and the others as Katsumi Bakugo and Shoko Itsushimi. Fuyumi froze in shock upon hearing Shoko's name, her heart racing as she reached out, realizing it was the little sister her family had given away. Overcome with emotion, Fuyumi embraced Shoko, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her joy at their reunion. Shoko, initially confused, soon understood the depth of Fuyumi's feelings and allowed her to cry. After several minutes, Fuyumi managed to compose herself, apologizing for her emotional outburst. Shoko offered her some tissues, and Fuyumi wiped her tears, acknowledging her identity as a Todoroki. Fuyumi Todoroki realized she had not introduced herself yet. She explained that she was Izuku's older sister, feeling a bit emotional as she spoke. Izuku, concerned about the family dynamics of the Todoroki household, worried that Shoko might react negatively to her sister's presence. To his surprise, Shoko expressed excitement about meeting her biological sibling, complimenting Fuyumi's glasses and saying they made her look stylish. Katsumi, however, muttered under her breath about Shoko's unusual way of speaking, prompting Fuyumi to ask for clarification. Katsumi explained that Shoko was simply expressing her happiness about their meeting and her fondness for Fuyumi's appearance. Shoko then apologized for her choice of words, explaining that her upbringing influenced her speech, especially when she felt emotional. Fuyumi reassured her that it was all right and expressed her happiness to meet Shoko and her friends. Shoko, with a playful smile, suggested they go back to her house since they were enjoying a day off. Fuyumi agreed, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Once at the Utsushimi residence, Fuyumi looked around the living room, feeling a sense of unease. Although she was Shoko's sister, their worlds seemed vastly different. Pictures adorned the shelves, showcasing Shoko with her adoptive family, including moments with Kami, both girls beaming in their uniforms. Fuyumi noted the warmth and happiness radiating from those images, contrasting sharply with her own experiences. Shoko returned with a plate of tea, apologizing for it being instant. Fuyumi thanked her and accepted the cup, while Shoko settled into Izuku's lap, smiling at him. She then asked if both girls were dating Izuku, to which he blushed slightly. Katsumi, feeling competitive, playfully challenged Shoko, leading to a humorous exchange about their relationships with Izuku. Fuyumi, taken aback by the revelation, struggled to process the situation. Shoko invited Fuyumi to join them at her house, explaining that they were having a day off. Fuyumi hesitated but ultimately agreed. As they settled in, Shoko began to share how she met Izuku and the dynamics of their relationships. Fuyumi listened intently, her expression revealing her surprise at the unconventional nature of their arrangement. Shoko explained their goal was to help Izuku become more confident and capable in dealing with challenges, particularly from a classmate who had been disrespectful to girls. Izuku expressed his discomfort with the situation, acknowledging that while he understood the need for action, he was conflicted about the methods being discussed. Fuyumi, feeling bewildered, questioned the rationale behind their plans, particularly how they intended to address the issues with their classmate. She was concerned about the potential consequences of their actions. Katsumi interjected, emphasizing the need for a strategic approach to help Izuku succeed. She suggested that they might need the assistance of an older woman to guide him in understanding relationships better. Fuyumi was taken aback by the suggestion, feeling it was inappropriate to involve herself in such a plan. Shoko remained calm, suggesting that Fuyumi could choose to participate if she wanted to, but also reassured her that it was entirely her decision. Fuyumi found herself grappling with the idea, torn between her longing for companionship and the complexities of the situation. Ultimately, she realized she could not support their quest for revenge, recognizing the moral implications of their intentions. She expressed that it seemed unfair and hurtful, but she understood the boy's situation. After taking a deep breath and finishing her tea, she decided to go along with it, especially since her sister had asked her to. Shoko was thrilled by this decision, but Fuyumi raised her hand to set two conditions. The first was that she wanted to date Midoriya seriously, as she wasn't willing to sacrifice her first relationship for someone who only wanted to have fun. Katsumi agreed without hesitation. The second condition was that there would be no pressure to start a family until after the revenge was complete, as she didn't want any complications from a potential child. Izuku assured her that he completely understood and wouldn't want to impose anything unless she was ready. He then handed Fuyumi a bottle of tablets, explaining that they were contraceptives that worked with his quirk. Fuyumi accepted the tablets, still processing everything, while Shoko jumped up excitedly, ready to initiate the next phase of their plan. Fuyumi was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, feeling a mix of shock and embarrassment as things began to unfold. Izuku found himself in an unexpected situation as Fuyumi, feeling flustered, attempted to cover herself. She wore a white 𝗬𝗲 that offered minimal support, and her embarrassment was evident. Fuyumi pleaded for privacy, but Shoko, with a mischievous grin, playfully pulled her sister's arms away, assuring her that everything was fine. Shoko, in a teasing manner, began to comment on their appearances, making Fuyumi even more self-conscious. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, Fuyumi's discomfort grew as she noticed Izuku, who was sipping his tea and trying to avoid eye contact. A hint of frustration bubbled within her as she realized he was deliberately looking away. Suddenly, Shoko's playful antics escalated, and Fuyumi found herself overwhelmed. She stumbled back, drawing Izuku's attention, who looked on in shock and concern. He asked if they were all right, but Fuyumi's reaction was one of surprise and confusion. Shoko, undeterred, continued her playful teasing, encouraging Fuyumi to embrace the moment. As she removed her shirt, revealing a vibrant red 𝗬𝗲, she confidently remarked on her own appearance, prompting Fuyumi to feel a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. The atmosphere shifted as the sisters engaged in their playful banter, leaving Izuku caught in the middle of their antics. Shoko smiled as her form changed, casting a shadow over Fuyumi's eyes. Fuyumi's surprise was evident as she took in the sight. Shoko mentioned that Izuku enjoyed her transformations, hinting at their playful relationship. She turned to her boyfriend, who was watching them with an intrigued expression, and suggested that she could show Fuyumi how they had fun together. However, another voice interjected, reminding Shoko that the goal was for Izuku to connect with Fuyumi, not to distract her. The speaker pointed out that Fuyumi had already seen the changes in her sister and should experience the real thing for herself. Shoko playfully complained about the lack of fun in the situation, but she stepped aside to allow Izuku to engage with Fuyumi directly. Fuyumi felt a rush of warmth and embarrassment as Izuku approached her, and he asked if she was ready to explore this new path. Fuyumi nodded, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. With a calm demeanor, Izuku revealed himself, and Fuyumi's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. She felt a mix of shock and curiosity, wondering about the implications of this moment. Thoughts raced through her mind as she considered whether this experience would be enjoyable. Izuku noted that Fuyumi's nervousness was apparent, and he observed her reaction closely, sensing the tension in the air. Fuyumi was pulled from her thoughts as Izuku glanced down, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. He asked if she wanted him to help her prepare, or if she felt ready on her own. Realizing that the moment was unfolding as she had imagined, Fuyumi felt a rush of warmth and anticipation. She thought to herself that she could manage, just as Shoko had. Izuku knelt down, gently tugging at the sides of Fuyumi's underwear, which came away with a delicate connection. As he removed it, he noticed a slight blush spread across her cheeks, and she apologized for not having shaved recently. He reassured her that it was perfectly fine. With a sense of determination, Izuku positioned himself carefully, making sure to be gentle. Fuyumi felt a flutter of nerves as he began to enter her, a sensation that was both overwhelming and exhilarating. She felt a moment of panic, but Izuku paused, looking at her for reassurance. When she nodded, he moved forward in one smooth motion, and Fuyumi's world seemed to shift. Izuku checked in on her, concerned for her well-being. She felt a rush of sensations but no pain, contrary to what she had been led to believe. The moment was intense, filled with a mix of emotions as they navigated this new experience together. She felt an unusual sense of joy. Izuku understood her unspoken invitation and began to move. As he did, Fuyumi felt a deep connection, her body responding to him in a way that was both exhilarating and intense. With each movement, it was as if they were locked in a dance that demanded his presence. When he pushed deeper, Fuyumi experienced a rush of sensations that overwhelmed her. The sounds of their movements echoed through the house, and she struggled to contain her reactions, covering her mouth to stifle any sounds. Observing her effort, Izuku gently took her hands away and gazed into her eyes. He encouraged her to express herself, wanting to know if she was enjoying the moment. As he increased his pace, Fuyumi felt a wave of emotions, trying her best to hold back her responses. Fuyumi suddenly became aware of the intensity of the moment. Izuku leaned closer, his voice low as he informed her that he would be more assertive from then on, encouraging her to let him know if it became overwhelming. Without waiting for a response, he increased his pace, causing Fuyumi to let out startled cries that echoed around them. Despite the thrill coursing through her, she found herself thinking that she shouldn't enjoy this experience. For a long time, Fuyumi had felt the need to demonstrate her strength, setting her standards higher than her own desires. Fuyumi lay on the ground in a state of blissful inebriation, and Izuku looked down at her with concern. He wondered if she was truly all right. Shoko observed the scene with a playful smile, suggesting that Fuyumi seemed to be enjoying herself. Suddenly, Fuyumi sprang into action, tackling Izuku to the ground with unexpected enthusiasm. Her expression radiated excitement as she playfully engaged with him, clearly wanting more of the fun they were having. Katsumi, witnessing this surprising turn of events, felt a mix of shock and realization about the unexpected intensity of the moment. This chapter highlighted Fuyumi's transformation and offered a glimpse into her bond with her friends. The story aimed to capture the essence of their relationships and the experiences that shaped them.